All right, thanks everyone. At 6:06, we will call to order this meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thanks trustees. And we'll move on to roll call.
Ellen Wheeler,
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Laura Blakely,
Devin Conley.
Tamara Wilson. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. And we will move on now to the approval of the agenda.
so moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion moved by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Conley, the approval of the agenda passes unanimously.
All right, just want to let everybody know, as usual, Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're on an iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación en español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usando una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la planta de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, está en el menú de opciones.
Gracias, señor. And we will move on now at 6:08 to the closed session portion of the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Did we do opportunity for me?
Oops, we did not. Nope, sorry about that. We will not move on to closed session, and we will move on now to the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items that are on the closed session agenda. If you're on the call, if you could go to the lower right-hand corner of the participant window on the 3 dots and raise your hand if you'd like to address us on items that are on our closed session agenda. Please do so now. I am not seeing any hands, so at 6:09, we will move on to closed session. Thank you. Okay, at 7:52, we will reconvene this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees. During its recently concluded closed session, the board voted to approve a settlement agreement resolving an employment-related dispute with a former employee. The vote was unanimous, and under the terms of the agreement, the district agrees to submit payment in the amount of $4,000 to the employee. In exchange, the employee waives and releases the district from any and all legal claims relating to or arising out of their employment with the district. And at this time, we will move on to the consent agenda. Before we do so, Dr. Rudolph, did you want to reiterate the translation services that are available to attendees?
Yep. All right. So Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you are using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you are on an iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación a español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usando una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la planta de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, está en el menú de opciones.
Gracias, Señor Rudolph. And we'll move on now to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be approved in one motion. If discussion is required, items may be removed for separate consideration. May I have a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Gutierrez and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the consent agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to communications from employee organizations. Are there any members of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? If you could use the raise hand function in the participant window. I see we have Mr. Dector. If you could unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Dector, the president of the Mountain View Educators Association. MVA would like to express its solidarity with Dr. Rudolph in condemning all acts of racism and violence at our schools and in our community. We stand united in the goal of providing a safe, welcoming, and equitable place for all of our students to learn and for all of our staff and administrators to work. To this end, we would like to start by requesting anti-bias, anti-racist teacher training, as well as an investigation into the adoption of supportive curricula. We thank Dr. Rudolph for his leadership in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dector. We'll move on now to district committees. Are there any members from our district committees who would like to address the board? I don't see any hands being raised, so we'll move on to communications from the superintendent.
I just want to reiterate, so Sean, your wish is going to come true. Mrs. Henderson is planning to do anti-bias training based off of your request, and so it is coming. And thank you for your support. And I know you've reached out to me as well as other members about also expanding our conversations about just various topics and various offenses that are going on in our community. So I really am appreciative of it. Just a couple of things, just real quick. First one is tomorrow, although it says 5:30, sorry. So we have a community check-in on Friday where we will be talking about our usual topic, COVID. But if anybody wants to change the topic and talk about something else, we're more than welcome to do that. So just let me know, send me an email. Also, we have on December 3rd, a cafecito. It's at 5:30 p.m. So please feel free to join us in that. We don't have a board meeting between now and that time. So this is my time to say it, but we will send out information on that. And then also next Tuesday, our staff and our teachers have been doing an amazing job of educating our kids. And so we are having an asynchronous day next Tuesday, right before the holidays. We picked it primarily because typically we see a drop in attendance the day before a holiday. And we really feel like because of all the hard work that our teachers and our staff have been doing, this is a great time to do a little bit of professional development and some team building activities just to sort of build community, because that's one of the things we notice everybody is sort of longing for. And so I know we have some great activities lined up. The teachers a lot of teachers are doing some science activities and stuff for kids that are sort of hands-on. And I appreciate everybody's flexibility, but I think it's something that will help recharge our souls as we head into the holiday season or the break, whichever one you want to go by. And so that concludes all of the updates that I have for.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll move on now to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. If there are folks who would like to address the board at this time on items not on the agenda, if you could raise your hand in the participant window. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so we will move on now to review and act.
Trustee Wilson, one popped up.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, thank you. Robin, could you please unmute yourself? And you have an item that's not on the current agenda and you'd like to address the board?
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you guys. I guess I as a child, I really enjoyed Choose Your Own Adventure books. And I feel like right now, the school district and the board kind of have, in my mind, kind of a choose your own adventure in how we all want to work together as a community and as hopefully partners in not only our children's futures, but in just how we would like our community to interact with the school and the children and the students. And so one path I would hope, one of the paths for the adventure is that the school district, the school board, and the community and the neighborhoods work together to find a solution to how we can achieve both perimeter control, ensuring that students and staff feel safe during when they're on campus at school, and also that we can, preserve and enjoy and allow the community to enjoy the really precious park space that we have. And I really hope that I think this would be a really great opportunity for everyone to really work together and really find solutions that may not fulfill 100% everybody's wishes, but hopefully it will fulfill enough of everyone's desires that we all feel somewhat satisfied. So that's one path. I see another path that could be taken where we choose to kind of make decisions that are definitely within the school district and the school board's power to do. And I fear that would lead to a situation where people in the neighborhoods or the neighboring communities might feel like it was an exclusionary decision and might think that it is something that is a cause for not supporting the school district and the school board and our students in the future. And so I really hope that is not what will happen. I really hope we can be models for our children, our students, that we all know how to work together to come up with solutions that are win-win-wins for everyone. And so I know there's nothing on the agenda tonight, but I think I just hope that in the spirit of the holidays, that we can really, work together and find solutions to the problems, or, problems that are foreseen and problems that we have. Thank you very much. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you, Robin. Are there other members of the public who wish to address the board on non-agendized items? I see another hand up. This is the last hand I'm gonna take since we requested hands go up 4 or 5 minutes ago. If you'd like to get your hand up, please do so now. I'll give another 10 seconds and then we'll allow Vivek to start and give you 3 minutes. If you could unmute yourself.
I also have one to read.
Okay, so thank you. Vivek, could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you. And so I'm going to echo what Robin said. And if you notice, there are 54 people on this meeting, and I'm sure you've had similar meetings in the past with not quite the same amount of attendance. And and the reason behind it is the concern that the community has around what's been happening. And we're on the same page with you around keeping the school safe and secure. So as far as the end goals are concerned, I don't think you'll find any divergence between what the people in the community and the school district believe as the end goal. Now there are multiple paths on which how we can get to that end goal, and that is what I'd like to echo what Robin said. Having an open and honest conversation with members of the community around perimeter control will get us to the same place, and it will get us to a place where there is there's a solution that works both for the school district as well as for the community. And with that, I'm going to yield my time to whoever else wants to speak on this issue.
Thank you, Vivek. And Dr. Rudolph, you said there was an email comment?
Yep, give me 1 second. This message comes from Jessica Lee. To the MVWSD Board of Trustees, I'm writing you to express concern and alarm about the recent decision on live streaming as an instruction model to be used during hybrid instruction, with the understanding instruction live streaming does not have to look different from what we are already doing. Students can be in the class and follow the lessons in their Chromebooks. As a teacher in the district, I believe this is a poor choice of instruction model for our students, and asking staff to adopt this model will further strain teachers beyond capacity. From colleagues around the nation that have taught in this model, one thing that surprised them was how often the Zoom-in kids need something. Someone's internet glitches and they have to rejoin the meeting and need readmitting. Someone shows up late, someone can't hear me, and they feel really tied to the computer more than expected. This immediately indicates to me that live streaming will indeed look very different from what we are currently doing. Given that I am already currently experiencing and barely juggling similar tech issues on a daily basis, adding an in-person component and changing it to live stream will be an overwhelming task. This task takes time and energy away from my ability to support kids, support students and families who have made it difficult to come to school in person in the middle of the pandemic we still have not contained. Student privacy is also a concern for me. Students coming from the school will already be under extra strain to comply with safety guidelines. I don't want students to feel like they are coming into a glass bowl where their every move is filmed and viewable by their virtual peers. In middle school, teachers are being tasked with rotating between classes in the name of safety, but only given 4 minutes to do so. In addition to packing my new temperature gun, sanitizing wipes, whiteboard markers, iPad stand, and computer into a cart that is yet to be offered or provided, I will have to shuffle students out of the room, haul everything into another room, open that room, shuffle everyone back in, and reconnect all of my gear to start the next class. And who will ensure students remain socially distanced while we're currently scurrying around? In a 50-minute period, we would be fortunate to get 30 minutes of instruction in. When families are asked yet again if they feel comfortable having students come back to school in a hybrid model, we need to ensure that both in-person and virtual experience are at least good as the current fully virtual experience. Otherwise, we're asking them to choose a lesson model where students actually lose time with teachers. Or we're really asking for families to choose to stay virtual or accept lesser quality online or choose to risk their health by coming to school. It has taken an entire trimester for me to develop best practices and feel slightly confident at teaching this year. By shifting instructional models mid-year, we are putting everyone, students, staff, and families back in square one with expectations of rules. In addition to the numbers working out, everyone's schedules will have to be worked. It's basically starting a new year with the current one, who is going to train, provide, and suggest best practice for staff. If our purpose of offering hybrid model is to offer social interactions, but the experience is devoid of joy because teachers will be too exhausted to sustain a positive classroom environment, it is coming at the expense of very marginal gains. While MVA negotiations team is legally prevented from.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I believe we can email the full comment to trustees, so we can read it in its entirety.
There's only two lines left.
Okay. Would you like to just finish?
Sure. While MVA's negotiations team is legally prevented from negotiating the instructional model, I believe strongly that live streaming is a wrong model for hybrid instruction and urge the board and community to support us and involve teachers in the planning discussions. Respectfully, Jessica Lee, Math, Graham Middle School.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to item 8A, resolution number 01111920 to acknowledge retiring trustee Tamara Wilson.
Yeah. So up in front of us, trustees, I believe we've emailed you the more updated copy, which we will send out. And I have some comments also that we will want to share. So I know, and there's a couple people on here who want to also say a couple of things. I can just say, I'll just say from personally, I've worked with several board members. I guess technically this would be the fourth configuration of the board that I've worked with, or some variation. I came in under one board, then Trustee Gutierrez joined, and then after that, two more people joined, and some people came off, and then another person joined. But I can say that it's been a pleasure working with both you and Jose. I know you've been president for 2 years, so you and I have had weekly conversations for the last 2 years, and it's been great talking with you. Also, everybody on this board has been a president with the exception of Devin. But I can just say I've really enjoyed the conversations, the fiery questions that you have sent, the pushing us to get better. But I think, if we look back just personally, and we think about sort of what your hallmark or your legacy will be, it will definitely be the first time, and I know I've said this a couple of times, but you and a group of parents were actually the first people that I met when I came to this district in the old district office in my conference room. And even though you say you weren't wearing T-Voss, that's what I remember.
Wear T-Voss. I've never worn T-Voss in my whole life.
It was some type of sandals, and I remember saying to myself, like, this is interesting, but I think your lasting legacy will not only be the advocacy for the new school over in the Westman area, but also the advocacy for it to be named after Jose Antonio Vargas. And I remember when you brought it up to me and said, this is what I'm thinking of doing, and do you have any issues with it? And I sort of give my standard, you're an elected official response. So if this is the way you want to go, I'll support it. But I think ultimately that sent a strong message in our community and really said a lot. And so it takes a lot of guts, as a parent to put yourself on the line and advocate on behalf of your child and other kids. But it's kind of unfortunate that after however many years that you've been fighting for Westman, that Lucas only got to be there for a year and part of the year without electricity. But that school, every time you go by it, every time you see the field, you should remember the work that you've done in this community, and that will be a lasting mark for years to come. And I know not only will it send a strong message in our community, but it also is just reflective of the work that you've done. And so I've been fortunate to work with you over the last couple years, 2 years as a president, and I'm grateful for all of those 2 years, and you will surely be missed. So thank you for all that you've done for our community, Tamara.
So I'll speak up. So Tamara, you've only been on the board for 4 years, but I think you've been maybe the most impactful single-term trustee that I've known. I think your temperament has been, very welcome. I think your 2 terms as president have benefited the community. I think our entire community has benefited from you being on the school board. I know I've heard you say it was a very difficult decision for you to choose not to run again for a second term. But in my opinion, I think you've provided, a lot of benefit to the district. So I thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Conley?
Yes. So President Wilson, Dr. Rudolph sort of stole my thunder a little bit. I'd written up my comments ahead of time, but we'll just keep loading it on. So one of my earliest memories of you was within your role before I was no, not the Tivas. Was in my role when I was the League of Women Voters Observer of the board. So I spent that year coming to watch you in your leadership role. And I remember all of you, but I remember the night that you proposed naming the new school after Jose Antonio Vargas. And that was a moment when I was just so impressed with your progressive leadership and so inspired. And later when I decided to run, one of the reasons was because I knew I wanted to work with you, that you were doing good work and you were fighting hard and you would be a great team member. You bring your scientific mind to bear in analyzing the work that our district does, but you also bring a compassionate heart in striving to make sure that every child has what they need. And, if people don't know you well outside of a board meeting where you are relatively even keel, they might not realize what a Spitfire warrior for social justice you are. But you are a fighter, and I am sure we will continue to hear from you in our community around multiple issues, not just the school district. You will be so missed. Your leadership, your role model, and your relentlessness. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Trustee Blakely?
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I just want to say, I will always remember when you first rode into my life in your Tamara mobile in the summer of 2016, when we were both deciding to run. And like, who is this lady? And I am so glad. I'm really proud of the work you've done here, and I know you'll stay involved in our schools and our city and won't ride off into the sunset just yet. I look forward to our ongoing collaboration, but I'm really going to miss your strong, clear voice and steady leadership here on the dais. Thank you for all you have done for our schools.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely.
Jose.
Trustee
No, I want to, yeah. When Ellen and I looked at the Tamara movie, I'm like, what? Who is this person, right? And I told her, well, maybe she's from Texas because she's got the side, the side promo on the car, right? That's a very Texan thing to do. I like that.
Mobile.
At the beginning, everyone was like, who are you, right? But by now they know who you are, right? And that's the beautiful thing, that at the beginning, no one really knew what to expect of the group. And here we are like 4 years later and we've done so much, right? And with partnering and respectful dialogue and agreeing to disagree in a manner where we can move forward on issues, that can only happen when we've got good people like yourself on the board. And that's something to be proud of. And I'm honored to have been able to serve with you and Laura at the same time and with the rest of the members of the board. And I thank you for your service and for giving the district. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again soon in an active role somewhere, somehow, and moving forward.
Thank you. Well, I do want to say something really quickly. I know I don't want to make this long, but I have a lot
Tamara,
of people.
there are
Yes.
members of the public that would like to speak too.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. I don't know who.
It's the last phone number at the end.
Okay.
Oh, here, I think I can ask her to unmute.
Oh,
He's good.
makeup is everywhere.
Fiona, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Fiona!
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. So,
Hi.
Tamara, thank you so much for joining the Mountain View Wisman team. Our whole community has benefited. I've enjoyed partnering with you on cross-district conversations, parcel tax efforts, bond efforts, and pure idea sharing. Your calm, smart leadership has served the district so well. It speaks volumes that your team wanted you to stay on as president for an extra year and that you said yes, knowing full well all the extra work involved. Your voice will be sorely missed at the dais, but you are not off the hook. I'm hoping that you'll still pick up the phone should I call to perhaps run a few things by you. I'm so grateful to have met you, and I'm wishing you happy Thursday nights at home.
Thank you, Fiona.
You're welcome.
You have another community comment.
I have the participant windows scrolled down. Ricky?
Yeah, hi. Ms. Wilson, I just wanted to say thank you to you for being so quick and efficient responding to emails. And I do want to say, I'm sure sometimes it felt like a personal attack on you, the way emails get phrased. But I know you understand being a parent yourself, that parents are just trying to do and ask for what's best for their own kids. And sometimes they just need to place their frustration in an email to the leadership. And so that's what happens. And I hope, I wish you the best in whatever you have lined up for the future. And I really do hope you stay involved with the district in some way.
Thank you so much. Are there other community comments?
We do have, were you going to mention this, Dr. Rudolph, the certificates?
I figured after y'all read the resolution.
Okay, sorry.
That will happen, but.
If there are no other comments, I'd just really quick would just like to say, I couldn't have done this without my whole community. I started when Lucas was 6 and I didn't have a babysitter. So I need to thank Marigold Mountlesaw, Peter Bow, Peggy Prendergast, the Kuchicki family for all the soccer games and practices where they brought him back, fed him so I could go to a meeting. Liz Welshock, Rob Lotek, my parents, Leticia. Just all the neighbors. Essentially, these people came through because they wanted me to serve and they helped me to make it a reality. And if anyone out there ever thinks about running for office, do it, try. I'm living proof that you can do it and you can succeed and that everybody's voice does matter. And so don't any of y'all worry, because you know me and I'm still gonna get in some good trouble. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And I want to thank the whole district staff and every single teacher in our district. You all are the heroes that our kids look up to. And it has really been a joy to work with every single one of you. So thank you.
So, and just so you know, we'll drop off we have 2 recognitions or certificate appreciations, one from Mark Berman's office, another one from Mountain View City Council. And then this resolution will be put in plaque form for both you and Trustee Gutierrez and will be sent to y'all via mail.
I think it's a joint one from Senator Hill and Assemblymember Berman. And also there's another one coming from Supervisor Simidian as well. So do we get to read the resolution?
Yeah, yep, and make a motion to approve it.
I make a motion to approve resolution number 01111-920 to acknowledge retiring Board of Trustee Tamara Wilson as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Let the record show that the resolution was approved unanimously.
Shall we read it?
Yes. We can go in alphabetical order. So Trustee Blakely, if you would like to start.
Whereas Tamara Wilson served on the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wistman School District from December 2016 to December 2020, and
Whereas Tamara Wilson served with outstanding leadership as board president and vice president, and
I'm a W. I'm always at the end, Jose.
Jose, you're next.
I can't read right now. I'm all emotional, man. Tamara got me all emotional. Okay. Whereas
Sorry.
provided essential support for the Measure B parcel tax campaign, which led to the successful passage of a local parcel tax to provide funding for classroom instruction, physical education, music education, environmental and science education, school libraries, counseling services, support for at-risk students, and school operations. And
Whereas Tamara Wilson provided essential support for the Measure T bond campaign, which led to the successful passage of a $259 million bond measure to renovate, improve, construct student facilities, and provide funding for employee housing. And
Whereas,
I think that there's a, are you reading from the latest one, Trustee Conley? There was one that was sent this evening by Nancy.
yes.
Okay, I've got whereas Trustee Wilson provided effective oversight that ensured fiscal integrity, equitable access, and innovative elements for the implementation of the Measure G facilities. And
Whereas Tamara Wilson led the adoption of a new 10-year master facilities plan, which includes a design for an urban school. And
I am so sorry. I need to load the new one. Can someone else, can you read, Ellen, please?
yeah, so I have the old one also.
whereas Tamara Wilson was critical in the recognition and naming of Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary after a former student, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and undocumented citizen. And
Whereas Tamara Wilson was not only a community advocate, but also a leader on the board for opening a school to service the burgeoning northeastern neighborhoods of the city. And
So keep going. I have the old one.
whereas
go ahead.
Devin.
I'm worried I lost my place in the confusion.
Okay, whereas Tamara Wilson understood and modeled the roles and responsibilities of a trustee,
And whereas Tamara Wilson served as a positive role model in our district for our students, especially young girls, and provided a positive face for our district when dealing with outside entities. And
Whereas Tamara Wilson provided invaluable expertise in hiring various district leaders and empowering the superintendent and staff members to lead the district. And
So maybe this is it. Whereas Tamara Wilson strongly advocated for the construction of employee housing and competitive salaries for MVWSD employees. And
whereas Tamara Wilson championed the district overhaul and implementation of various educational programs that have had a significant impact on student outcomes. For instance, reclassification, the expansion of preschool, Mistral Elementary Dual Immersion School, response to instruction, and focusing on the ensuring that every student exhibits 1 year's worth of growth. And
whereas Tamara Wilson served as the board liaison to the Student Attendance Areas Task Force, Enrollment Priorities Task Force. And
so keep going. I'm looking for the new one.
whereas Tamara Wilson has devoted countless hours to reviewing, evaluating, and discussing district policies.
And whereas Tamara Wilson has brought to the Mountain View Wistman School District Board of Trustees a commitment to public education and a desire to do her best for all children. And
whereas Tamara Wilson prepared for and attended more than 100 meetings of the Board of Trustees during the 4 years she served as trustee.
Okay, the next line is the one I read before, so I'm going to keep going. Whereas Tamara Wilson has been a vocal advocate for partnering with Mountain View Los Altos School District and the City of Mountain View to address future student growth. And
whereas Tamara Wilson was key to managing district finances, which in turn led to the increase in teacher and staff salaries of upward of 28%, placing teacher salaries in the top quartile of our peer districts. And
whereas Tamara Wilson stood in support of Mountain View Wisman School District families and children as they faced uncertainty and fear surrounding immigration control enforcement and the deferred action for childhood arrivals. And
now therefore be it resolved that Tamara Wilson is recognized for her 4 years of dedicated service to the students of Mountain View on the occasion of her retirement from the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees.
yay.
brava.
bravo.
Thank you, everyone. So we'll now move on to item 8B, resolution number 02111920 to acknowledge retiring trustee Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Yep. So Jose technically he was so Ellen would have been, well, I guess if you count Chris for the first month, and then Ellen for a year and a half. Jose would technically be my first or the second full year or full term president that I experienced. And so Jose, I don't, many people don't know some of the background fiery conversations we've also had. So I guess I've had a couple of fiery people, but what I appreciate about you over these last couple of years, especially when it came to teacher housing, is that you often would say, it's time to stop talking about doing it, start talking about it, and it's time to start doing it. And if that means that we're going to scorch the earth in the process, then let's do it. And so I remember when we were talking about teacher housing, and I said, well, there may be a way for us to do it. And you said, whatever it's going to take for us to get this done, let's go ahead and do it. And so then I told you what the strategy could possibly be. And you said, if that's what's going to get everybody to the table in order for us to get teacher housing, then let's do it. And I don't think people understand because you never project that. You've never came out and said, this is how that came about. And in fact, I even think at times when you were running for city council, it should have been something that you brought up, because that unwavering commitment, even in the face of dissent and when people were upset and when Cooper Park was showing up, you said, you know what, this is the right thing to do for our teachers because we have to turn the retention of our teachers around. And between increasing salaries, which started earnestly under your approach, and then also with the housing, our teacher retention rate, which was pretty abysmal when we got here, and Sean and everybody else was showing up saying we're losing half of our teachers every year, has turned around to where we barely have to hire people. And I think that is in large part to your no nonsense approach, that we have to do whatever it takes to make sure that we're retaining the best teachers. And in addition to that, I will say that the cafecitos came directly from you and your charge for the Latin community, and saying that we need to find a way to engage them and we need to find ways to connect with them. And at that point, I actually did not drink coffee. And I remember the first cafecito we did, not knowing that the Latin community drinks coffee nonstop. I drank coffee with everybody that night at like 8 o'clock. And I think I was up till 2 or 3 in the morning because it was like my first real cup of coffee. And apparently, as Nancy has told me, everybody else uses that to go to sleep.
Yep.
So, so Jose, it's unfortunate that you didn't get city council. I was rooting for you. But I will say your impact has been just as great on this district over the last 5 years. And, you know, when we break ground and soon for teacher housing, it is going to be due in large part to the work that you've done. And, you know, the people, the teachers who will be able to purchase homes in our community and who will be able to stay here will be able to do that primarily because you pushed us to increase salaries, but you pushed us to get creative about teacher housing. And so for that, I thank you so much for all the work that you've done over these past 5 years. And the last thing I will say is that if you check my Twitter feed, because I don't tweet that often, there is a tweet of you when we were in City Hall and you first accepted after multiple rounds and sticky notes when you first accepted the position to become a board member. And so I'll try to pull it down and send it to you, but thank you again for everything you've done. It's been great to get to know you over these years. And I know we're going to go play tennis at some point, but thanks again for everything you've done for our community. You've really made a difference.
Thank you.
Trustee Conley?
If I'm not interrupting Trustee Blakely, she looked like she was about to. No, okay. Trustee Gutierrez, you clearly have a drive to serve our community. You were appointed to a board that was incredibly challenging, and you stepped up to apply for that appointment and take that on. And then after that year, you still ran and came back for 4 more years. And I think that speaks to your passion for serving Mountain View. And then you didn't say, I'm done at the end of, as you were coming up at the end of being a trustee, you said, I'm going to run for city council. Like, you doubled down on service to our community. You have always given voice to members of our community who might not be represented on this board otherwise. And I know that you're going to continue to serve our community because it's something that it's clearly a driving value for you. So thank you so much for your work. You will be missed, and like President Wilson, I expect that we will continue to hear from you. I know your youngest daughter doesn't have that much longer left in the district, but I hope you don't go anywhere, and I'm looking forward to see how you continue to serve our community in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin.
Trustee Blakely?
I remember meeting you first at the Starbucks on Ringsdorf and Middlefield, and we were trying to find good candidates to throw their hat in the ring for the open position on the board. And I, like Dr. Rudolph, I remember sitting in City Hall with Fiona Walter, watching. There were 12 or 13 candidates, and we were thrilled to see you were the one that was selected. And I have been honored to serve with you the last 4 years, to campaign with you twice. I know you always stand firm for what you believe is right. And you fought for Mistral, and you fought for teacher housing, and you fought for families. You fight for families, especially the Latinx families and some of our underserved families. And I know you keep fighting for them and for everyone in our community and for our schools. Gonna miss you, but I know we will move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
So I'd like to go last.
Okay. You're forcing my hand, Trustee Wheeler. Well, I know when you met me, Jose, you weren't sure what to make of me. Like you mentioned earlier, you weren't sure, like, who is this gal and who's behind her and who's controlling these strings. And I think we're both been pleasantly surprised that I actually learned a lot from watching you and your leadership on how to be a good president and listen to all sides and use all the information I have to make decisions even when they're hard. And that's not easy. But it is modeling a model from you and from what I watched when I joined the board and you were the president. And it's been a wonderful 4 years, this whole board. And that's in large part due to your leadership in the background and the questions that you ask, and just always sort of pushing us to think about things in a way we might not have. I've really enjoyed our time on this board together and working alongside of you and from learning from you. And I do hope you keep fighting that good fight, like I said, because I know you got a lot in you, and the community would benefit so much from you to continue to serve in any capacity that works for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take a turn now. It seems like a long time ago, but I became board president when Chris Chang resigned. And I had to run the process for selecting a new trustee. And it was more than 14 or 15, Laura. I think it was 19, maybe 22. Hugely qualified other candidates, including Jose, including a former city council member, including a future school board member, lots of community-minded people. And Jose won the vote of, it was a pretty complicated process. It was simple and complicated, but you won the vote of the board of all those 19 people. You know, we got it down to a few, and then you won the vote of the board on the first ballot. We were all so impressed with you. You know, one reason I know I supported you is that you were also from Santa Clara University, as am I. You were a student board member from, I think, you know, from your community college, but you also were, you know, obviously intelligent and articulate and passionate, and would provide a lot for our board. But I'll say the thing that I think you brought most of all to our board is your sense of teamwork. So we went from a board that was dysfunctional and took a long time to get to final decisions, to boards where we were able to talk things through with each other. And I'll say here, it was also, it also had to do with the brand new superintendent we had at the time, Allende Rudolph, who we hardly knew. And I, you know, you were watching the process, and you were only, you know, part of this district for, you know, a month or two. And then here's this brand new school board member, and you made a huge difference, Jose. And we're going to miss you. I think we're going to have a, a good new board, but a couple of you have referenced, I've said to each of you, this has been one of the best boards I've served on. I think all of you have been really good school board members. And Jose, the thing that you brought for us and for the district is team.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler.
It's like watching the '96 Bulls in the finals. Tell you what.
Trustee Blakely, did you have something?
I think there's at least one member of the public who would like to make some comments.
Can we ask them to?
Hi, gang. Can you hear me? This is Fiona again.
We got you.
Okay. Hey, Jose. So from a large field of applicants that grows every time I hear the tale, it was 11 and 13 and 22. I'm pretty sure it was 53 candidates. You were chosen to fill a midterm vacancy. As Laura said, she and I were in the audience at City Council chambers that night. With your prior West Valley School Board experience, capable answers to tough questions, and willingness to learn, you stepped onto the Mountain View Westman board ready to engage and get to work. Your warmth and concern for every student in the district showed as you made decisions and invested your time in our community. Thank you. Thank you, too, for your willingness to serve Mountain View in another way on City Council. The election didn't go your way, but your concern and dedication shined as you talked about partnerships and working together to get things done. Enjoy your Thursday nights with the girls. I hope they understand if I interrupt occasionally to say hello. Thank you again.
I think on that, we need to make a motion.
Can I ask a question? I see Bill Lambert is in the meeting. I've been trying to remember who the school board members were who voted Jose in. And I think it was Greg Coladonado and Stephen Nelson and me. And I think it was Bill Lambert.
Yep,
So,
Bill.
and I know that
It was
Bill, helped Jose out, kind of mentored Jose on the board for a while and then afterwards. So I think it's nice to see him here tonight too.
Yeah. Can I make a comment? So
Yes.
right, Ellen, and I won't say who, but a member of the community was really angry at me for actually nominating Jose. And I'll leave it at that. But I think over the years, last 4 years, I got to know Jose not only as a school board member, but as a friend. I really value that. And we've had lots of great conversations, and we'll keep doing that. I look forward to it. So thank you very much, Jose. You've done a great job. And, all of Mountain View and the Mountain View Westman School District should be, really, really grateful for all the hard work you've done and the leadership you. So thank you very much.
Bravo. All right, I think we need to move to a motion.
And in your email boxes, just in case you want to make sure you do have the latest version of this also.
Yeah, I brought it up.
I move that we adopt resolution number 02-111920 to acknowledge retiring trustee Jose Gutierrez Jr.
I second.
Go ahead.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, and the motion moved by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wilson. The resolution passes unanimously. We will read it off, starting with trustee Conley in trustee Blakely, if I can remember what alphabetical order is. Trustee Blakely.
Whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. served on the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Westman School District from August 2015 to December 2020, and
Whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. served with outstanding leadership as board president, vice president, and clerk. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. provided essential support for the Measure B parcel tax, which led to the successful passage of a local parcel tax to provide funding for classroom instruction, physical education, music education, environmental and science education, school libraries, counseling services, support for at-risk students, and school operations. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. provided essential support for the Measure T bond campaign, which led to the successful passage of a $259 million facilities bond to renovate, improve, and construct student facilities. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. provided effective oversight that ensured fiscal integrity, equitable access, and innovative elements for implementation of the Measure G facilities. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. led the adoption of a new 10-year master facilities plan, which includes the design for an urban school. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. understood and modeled the roles and responsibilities of a trustee. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. Oops, I'm sorry, I missed the spot. My son is upset. I'm sorry. He just came out of his room. Which I missed the line. I'm
the
sorry.
Latinx.
Laura?
Oh,
Okay,
sure.
thank you. I see your cursor. It's the travesty of being at home. So that's me.
Yes.
Thank you. Whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. served as a positive role model in our district for our students, especially for Latinx students, and provided a positive face for our district when dealing with outside entities. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. provided invaluable expertise in hiring various district leaders and empowering the superintendent and staff members to lead the district. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. championed the district overhaul and implementation of various educational programs that have had a significant impact on student outcomes. For instance, reclassification, the expansion of preschool, Mistral Elementary, the dual immersion school, response to instruction, and focusing on and ensuring that every student exhibits 1 year's worth of growth. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. served as the board liaison to the District Advisory Committee, Mountain View Educational Foundation, District English Language Advisory Committee, and
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. served as an ex officio member of the district's Parcel Tax Oversight Advisory Committee. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. has devoted countless hours to reviewing, evaluating, and discussing district policies.
And whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. has brought to the Mountain View Wisdom School District Board of Trustees a commitment to public education and a desire to do his best for all children. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. prepared for and attended more than 100 meetings of the Board of Trustees during the 4 years. This is wrong. It's more than 4 years. The 5.5 or 5 years and 4 months he served as a trustee.
And whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. led the district's approach for developing teacher and staff housing. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. has been a vocal advocate for partnering with Mountain View Los Altos School District and the City of Mountain View to address future student growth. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. was key to managing the district finances, which in turn led to the increase in teacher and staff salaries of upward of 28%, placing teacher salaries in the top quartile of our peer districts. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. stood in support of Mountain View Westman School District families and children as they faced uncertainty and fear surrounding immigration control enforcement and the deferred action for childhood arrivals. And
whereas Jose Gutierrez Jr. was instrumental in establishing and maintaining district cafecitos that engendered thoughtful and constructive feedback from the community. And
now, therefore, be it resolved that Jose Gutierrez Jr. is recognized for his 5 years of dedicated service to the students of Mountain View on the occasion of his retirement from the Mountain View Wisdom School District Board of Trustees.
Bravo.
And there are also resolutions jointly from Senator Hill and Assemblymember Berman and Supervisor Simidian and from the City of Mountain View and Mayor Abekoga.
Awesome. Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, everyone. I never pictured myself here making a difference. Thank you for your belief, your support. And I remember a couple years ago when we had Dolores Huerta visit and give a speech, we took pictures with her afterwards. And, I introduced my daughters to her. And I mentioned to her, hey, Dolores, you won't remember this, but back at the conference in, like 1994, 95, I met you with some of my friends from Santa Clara University. We were part of MECHA, and we got sponsored to go to the conference. And we took a picture together. And your service inspired me to do this, to be on the school board and to try and make a difference. And she said, Mijo, it's your turn to pass it on. Teach your girls la causa, justice, and love. I won't forget those words from her. I'm emotional. I'm Latin. Some people don't like the style, some people do, that's fine, but I just want everyone to know that this is highly effective, that we work together as a team, that we've done everything we can to help our students out and our teachers, that the teacher housing project was the greatest game of poker we ever played, and I don't play poker. But it got done. And I just want everyone to know that my belief is a simple one, it's a humble one. We set the standard so that the next board could take it to the next level. So the expectations are high, right? When we had these 4 years together, we did so much, but we also had the chance to have every single middle school child take an elective class.
Mhm.
And that's huge, right? Because those are the opportunities that all children, whether they're reclassified or not, deserve to be able to share in the educational experience and their emotional growth perspective to enjoy school. It may be the one class that inspires them to do well in their school career now and in the future. And I just hope that everyone understands that moving forward, the goal should always rise so that we can meet everyone as equitably as we can, as justly as we can, not because it's a social trend within the last year and a half for racial justice, but because we believed in this because it's public education. And it's our ability to make that difference for everyone that makes us important members of the community to try and voice those opinions of those who can't speak for themselves, whether because of language or other fear factors. And I'm proud to have been able to be here for this period of time, to have been appointed and then run and elected to the board. I thank you, Ellen Wheeler, for your support, and Fiona and Bill and Margaret Abikoga and Gloria Higgins and Steve Olson, and lots of other members of the community. And I just want to say that anyone who's interested in running, like Tamron said, go for it. It doesn't matter what happens in the end. If you win, it's cake, it's great. If the challenge is if you don't, right? But you keep at it and you keep going and you move forward. And once you do that, that type of energy and that type of compassion is going to shine through no matter where you're at and what you do. And so I challenge the next board to be cohesive, to work as a team, to set priorities and stay with them, and to elevate the standard so that the next board after you can also do the same. And that's how we progress forward, moving in together as a team. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm going to miss you all.
And do we still have a meeting, or can we leave now? This is so emotional.
We do. Yeah, thanks for asking. We do. We have a couple action
We need a
items.
motion to extend it.
I think we were going to, yeah, unless there's something on here. There's nothing on here we're going to move. So we have a motion to extend the meeting. Would somebody like to make it?
I'm going to make a motion, and it's startling, but I want to make sure that we get there. I'm going to move that we extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Any opposed?
You're going to be faithful to your.
I was gonna recommend 11.
11, yeah. That's
But
three ayes. So on a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Conley, the motion to extend the meeting until midnight passes from a vote of 3-2. We're going to move on now to item C, adoption of the strategic plan. I'm going to need to turn my camera off and put my son to bed. So Trustee Conley, would you mind running this part of the meeting for me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. So we are moving on to, for review and action, item 8C, adoption of the strategic plan 2027. And I will turn it over to staff for our presentation.
Sure. Can y'all hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. I think you all, as we're talking about the transition of the board, I just want to say one final thing. I think, the next board and every board after that has some big shoes to follow. It's not to say that previous boards weren't professional, but I think y'all turned this into a professional gig. And I say that to say, from the way that we stream, the use of the cameras now in the boardroom, but more importantly, the laser focus that this board has had on improving student outcomes and the questioning and challenging of us that occurs behind the scene. But what's different is that the respectful approach to having the conversation in the public has really been appreciated. And all the gains that we have had, which are unprecedented compared to any of our peers in the state, and our competitors that we constantly compare ourselves to, is in due in large part to this board's continued focus on student achievement, student outcomes for all kids, and pushing us to communicate better, pushing us to focus more, to empower people. And so that is definitely going to be a big step for the next board. And so with that, I think it is fitting that this board that really stewarded or watched or implemented the first strategic plan is also the one who implements the beginning of the next strategic plan. Because you are the ones who really understand the inner workings of the district and have been there asking all these critical questions and have challenged us to be better. And so it is only fitting for you also to be the ones to usher in the next era for the district. And so this won't take 45 minutes, despite what y'all believe. It is a quick presentation, so let's get to it. So as you know, this is just a rehash. We have been working on this since the beginning of September. We have collected data. We have facilitated input sessions across the board. We have done community surveys. And when we finally draft the strategic plan, we will put in the total number of individuals, but it is probably 2 to 3 times the number of individuals involved in this strategic plan versus the previous one. And that is due in large part to the push from this board to engage with as many stakeholders as possible through various district advisory committees, as well as various school site committees. And then having 60 stakeholders that have sat on a Saturday who volunteered both from every sector of the district to help us get to this particular point. And so earlier this week, we brought to you sort of a draft and you provided us with feedback and we have that for you. So I'm just going to fly through this real quick and then ask for your approval of the adoption of the formalized plan here. So we have, so there were 5 goals on our original strategic plan. And for the public's frame of reference, the last strategic plan before this one actually was 10 years old. I still have a copy to remind me. It has Dr. Geisel's handwritten notes on it. And so that shows you we went a long time without updated strategic plan. And so this strategic plan really did a lot of great work. This next strategic plan will do some foundational items. So we have 5 particular goal items when we started this. We have resource stewardship, human capital, inclusive and supportive environments, achievement gaps, and academic excellence. And so we looked at this and got, again, as we heard the feedback, we combined goals 1 and 2, and then we added social emotional health. Goal 3 got a new, sort of a new name, inclusive and welcoming culture. And now we have goal 4, which is effective and engaging employees. So we have, and then we have the new, the final goal 5, which is equitable distribution of resources that support students. And so based off of your feedback, you can see the changes that we've made that are reflective of it. So under 2A, we have changed this from support positive student behavior to support healthy and responsible student behavior. And then for objective for 4.B, the feedback that we received from the board is adopt an approach to differentiate professional development. It's for all employees that aligns with student success was the feedback that we got. And so this is the framework that staff is asking for you to adopt. And from there, the next steps will be that we will create timelines, action plans, the dashboard. We will assign it to individual staff members. We'll design priority student outcomes. We will develop the monitoring progress, and then we will draft a more polished version of the strategic plan that we can place on the website. And then the other piece that's not on here is immediately within the next 2 months, we will start planning for the LCAP. In addition to the LCAP, right after the LCAP starts, we will then turn around and start aligning our budget to both the LCAP as well as the strategic plan, with both of those being adopted at the end of the year. So we still have a lot of work to get done, but adopting this framework is a critical component to moving us forward so that we can get the next 2 items done effectively. And then so staff is asking that you adopt the framework with the edits that have been presented at this meeting.
Thank
That
you, Dr.
concludes.
Rudolph. Thank you. Trustees, do you have questions for Dr. Rudolph regarding the strategic plan? I do not see any hands raised at this. Oh, Trustee Blakely.
Sure, I just have one. I think I'd mentioned at the last meeting, I wanted to make sure that the green bar on the side that had cultural awareness, equitable resources, and student ownership of learning, that those were infused in all the objectives. And I see on Monday, that was the first time that we had actually seen this. We'd spoken about it before, but I've had a little more time to think about it. And I see that we've got equitable language in goal. Well, that's incorporated in a couple, and the culturally relevant instructional system is. I'm just wondering, the student ownership of learning, where do you see or how do you see that fitting in to the objectives?
Well, so I think, it's going to boil down to what instructional strategies we sort of look at. And then also on top of that, when we think of equity, there are going to be questions about how do we make sure that every single student has the materials that are necessary for them to do the work? And how do we make sure that every family is equipped to do the work, right? And so that's the new challenge for us, which is something that we normally don't think about. Normally, people toss out these ideas about, well, let's just do this particular type of approach. But what we don't think about is, what does that mean on the tail end, right? So what does that equity mantra mean? So the best example of this is when you think about going to one-to-one. It's great to say that you're going to go to one-to-one, provided every kid has internet. And if every kid doesn't have internet, then the question becomes, from an equitable standpoint, how do we assure that kids have internet? And it's those types of conversations that will need to take place. Our team earlier this year, when we said we're going to have kids do art at home, and we're going to have art teachers, that, Ms. Henderson and our team sat there and said, well, wait a minute, how do we know that every single kid has the art supplies to do that type of work? And then we turned back around and went, Chief Academic Bauer went to MVEF and said, we need for a donation to pay for art supplies so that we can send them out to all of our students to make sure that they can do the activities that they need to with CSMA. And it's those types of questions that we normally wouldn't ask ourselves under any other circumstance. But it's those things that we have to start asking ourselves in order to make sure that we're creating that equity. So the instructional approach is one part, but making sure that every single family can do it is another, that they have the resources there. And that's where the equity in that regard will come in.
I totally get that, and I'm very glad of it. I guess my question was really more about the student ownership of learning piece. There's 3 prongs in there. And that's the one that I was having trouble seeing if we had a sense of where that was going to fit in.
So which one are you looking at?
The student ownership of learning. It's one of the ones that infuses the 5. It says cultural awareness, equitable resources, and student ownership of learning. So sort of student empowerment.
I mean, those are, we've heard a lot of those could be a lot of different things. We haven't established what that could be. It could be project-based learning. It could be student-led conferences. It could be, there's a whole host of activities that sort of exist. on how you create students to own their learning. And that's not, we haven't drilled down to that particular piece yet, but it is a conversation that we've heard. And so I think it is premature for us to just toss out, we need to do this as a response, in order to make a splash. I think it's incumbent upon us to really sit out there and work with every single stakeholder to figure out what comes next. And that's why it's left out on the side, but also student ownership shows up in making sure that we have voices for every single group, because sometimes we ask students to have input, and then sometimes we forget about asking students, right? And so so student ownership in that regard looks a certain way. Student ownership about renaming schools. So if we create schools, making sure that students are a part of the process. Student ownership about the design. So all of that comes in, and ownership looks different depending on which goal it is. But the key here is that that particular item encourage or requires us to make sure that we really ask that question in every single facet of the work that we do.
Thank you. That helps.
And I mean, I think I'm looking at the right document. So objective 1C is establish systemic approaches for student-directed learning. So it is in that first objective around goal area 1. And then expand and enhance opportunities for stakeholder voice, objective 3A in goal area 3. So I think I hear what you're saying, Trustee Blakely, about it not necessarily showing up in every single objective grouping right now, but it's starting to pop up there.
Thanks. I was just sort of trying to understand, what that meant. And so thank you for both of your explanations. It's helpful.
Are there any further questions from trustees? All right, so this is the time for public comment. If you would like to comment on this item, at the bottom of your screen in Zoom, there's a participants button. If you click on participants, it will pop out a little side frame. And in the bottom of that box for participants, there are 3 dots. If you click on those 3 dots, it will give you the option to raise your hand. I'm going to wait 30 seconds starting now for community members to raise their hand. If you were calling in on a cell phone, you can also hit *9 and that should raise your hand in our queue.
And we also have one comment that was sent in.
Thank you. All right, so we have passed 30 seconds now. We have 2 comments in total, so I'm going to allocate 3 minutes for each comment. We will start with Miss Sandy Pewitt. If you could please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So thank you so much for all of the great presentations and dialogue that we've had this week, including on Monday, as well as all of the many opportunities that the public has had to contribute to the strategic planning process. I would like to offer that those of us who are relatively new to California public schools or to public schools in general, but especially California, might not know that our school's site councils have quite a bit of input into the site level plans that will take this strategy into application for our individual students. And so for those of us who are watching now or watching after the fact, if we feel as though for whatever reason we have not been included in the goal setting process, that we can both choose as parents to participate in our democracy and our schools planning by running for our school site councils, as well as attending our school site council meetings and learning more about the site planning process. It's part of the California public education process for families to have input. And then on the flip side, I would love to see our school district and our principals and our cabinet to potentially plan for a way to help our parent leaders who are participating in our school site councils in growing in their financial acumen and their understanding of how curricula are set and how learning standards are set. Because I think that if we partner, that we will reduce the amount of friction and pushback that we get from the community. And just tying back to the two commenters at the beginning of the meeting, the public meeting, who mentioned like they would love to partner with the district. I hear this a lot. And so I was on a PTA president's meeting where the superintendent definitely affirmed that families were meant to have input into the site level, input process for what happens at the site level. And so I just wanted to reaffirm as a parent that that is something that can happen and ask for the district support of parent education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. Dr. Rudolph, if you would like to read the comment that.
This comment comes from Chris Chang. Dear Board of Trustees, valid questions about the pace of improving the strategic plan should not be detract from the significant goals that the district has laid out in this framework. The plan you have will productively drive the district for the next 6 years. 2 areas to consider, modifications. Objective 1A, as presented on Monday, speaks only of high school readiness. As a veteran high school teacher, I urge the district to think more holistically and add the words life and or future along with the existing words high school readiness. AKA school system should not just prepare students to succeed in high school, but also in life and for their evolving future that looks very different from the industrial model of high school. It should be the same for any MVWSD teacher or student to think that all life skills or future ready skills are less important than what is on the 912 state standards. Second area under topic of inclusion, Objective 3C aims at making parent education a top priority. While a very worthy offering, its placement under cultural inclusion is questionable given that in America, parent education has a culturally oppressive past when it comes to the history of government schools, engagement with minority communities on how to raise their children to succeed. What has not been listed as an objective is to enhance the capacity of all teachers to support culturally relevant instruction. We neither control or are responsible for what families do at home, but there is mighty work ahead on preparing our teachers to teach in a culturally responsive way fitting of the MVWSD's reaching investments and commitments to social and racial justice. Thank you to the board, staff, and external partners for their work on this excellent plan. Sincerely, Chris Chang.
Thank you, Superintendent. Trustees, do you have any comments regarding this item? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I would like to say that this is an example of the wisdom of having an agenda item to discuss something first and before you have an agenda item to vote on it, because I feel like having that meeting on Monday where we all, got this presentation and you did give the whole 45-minute explanation along with your facilitator. We all got to comment and question. And then tonight, it feels like, I'm ready to, let's get going. So I'm ready to, make a motion when we're ready.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Are there any other? Yes, Trustee Blakely.
Well, as I said on Monday evening, I really like this. I really like the way it came out. It builds off of the prior plan, which I thought was great, but it just, the wording and the way it comes together and the way it's higher level, I really like it. So thank you. I'm so glad you found that consultant to work with, and I'm delighted that so many people were included in the process, in stakeholder engagement, and I'm looking forward to getting it approved and start, the next phases.
Thank you. Trustee Gutierrez, do you have any comments?
Not really, but I mean, I just want to thank Allende for the consultant, because the way it was interpreted, like Ms. Blakely had mentioned before, it's a new vision of where we're going and how we began. And it's a nice transition. And it's one that makes sense right now at this time for the district and for the families and for how we look at making a difference in our community. So looking forward to seeing what next happens.
Thank you. And I would just like to add that, you know, on Monday night, I went through all of the different meetings that I've gotten to attend and hear feedback from community members in different aspects of our district regarding this plan. And it's been an inspiring process. I am thrilled that our community has developed something that is aspirational and inspirational and gives us a lot of meat to dig into and continue to focus on student achievement, student well-being, and move forward as a district. So thank you to Greenway Strategies for all of their group, and thank you to the multitudes of parents and staff members and school leaders and district office leadership who have contributed to this framework that we're starting with. It is the beginning. It is not the end. We have so much more work to do to focus on phase 1 initiatives. And the new board members that come on are going to have a huge role in setting our phase 1 initiatives and how we start developing action items for this. But I'm really excited about the process. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I think we need public comments, right?
Wasn't that Sandy and
Yep,
Christine? We had this.
Oh, okay.
So I said I'd make a motion, but I'm wondering, looking at Jose, if he'd like to make a motion for this process that's going to move forward after he leaves.
All right, sounds good. If no one objects, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the strategic plan 2027 as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Let the record reflect that 4 trustees are present and voted unanimously in support of adopting the strategic plan framework. We will now move on to item 8D, the single plan for student achievement update and approval of the Mariano Castro single plan for student achievement. And I will hand it over to Director Bauer for her presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I'm here tonight to do a couple of things. I want to provide you an update on our process for single plans for student achievement this year. And then also we'll be asking tonight, after Principal Terry Lambert has an opportunity to present her site plan, we'll be asking you to approve it at the end of this presentation. So just a little bit of some history and some update, some reminders. The school plan.
Did anyone else lose audio on Chief Academic Officer Bauer?
Designed to improve student outcomes. Our SIPSAs in our district are aligned to our strategic plan and also to our local control accountability plan. The school site council at each site has the responsibility of working with the site staff to develop, review, and update the plan. And ultimately, you as the Board of Trustees approve the plans. Yeah, I should really do this. I'm sorry. So who needs to complete a single plan? A school that operates a program funded through the consolidated application requires a plan. For example, Castro Elementary is our only Title I school. They are required to write a site plan each year. The district can determine that all schools or some schools can complete a school plan, and that has been our past history. Our district believes that having schools create a plan is important so that they document their actions and expenditures to improve student achievement, and they have a roadmap that they can follow over the course of the year and share with their stakeholders. Any school that's been identified for CSI, TSI, or ATSI, which are all of the different improvement systems that have come across with the Every Child Succeeds Act, has to write a plan. We do not have any schools that are in any of those categories. So this year, oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. So this year, because we're in the process of creating a new strategic plan that's going to be our roadmap for the next 6 years, and also when we have that, we're going to develop a new LCAP, which is going to align with our strategic plan for the next 3 years. We are recommending that Castro is the only site that completes a site plan this year because they are required to do so, and we think it's important for them to have a roadmap for student success. We want our sites to be focusing on important things like distance learning and reopening. And in the absence of the strategic plan and LCAP, it makes sense to not do specific strategic plans because we don't have a lot to align to. We don't have data from last year. And we think that distance learning and reopening are things that we really need to stay focused on this year. And with that, our principals have met with their school site councils, their English learner advisory committees, and their staff to gain support for this 1-year change. It's not going to be a continued change, a 1-year change. So these are just the dates of all of the meetings. Our staff has been really good about going back and agendizing these and talking with all the school site councils, and everybody has approved this change. Our ELACs are on board and our staff is on board as well. So going forward, once we develop our strategic plan and our LCAP, these will guide the site plan goals next year in 21-22. The sites will have district and state assessment data. We will be giving state assessments in the spring, although somewhat modified. We are administering the LPAC and we are administering district assessments this year. Additionally, the sites will use the data from the assessments that we are administering and the metrics that we've developed to evaluate how students are doing and what their progress is, and they will report out their progress to their schools' communities. And again, sites will focus on distance learning and reopening. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of information about Castro, and then I'm going to turn it over to Principal Lambert. Just a little bit for Castro demographics. You can see that the demographics have not changed that significantly over the course of the last 4 years. They still have a significant number of English learners, a significant number of students who are socially economically disadvantaged, and they are by far the school with the highest number of socially economically disadvantaged students and English learners in our district. Some performance data. I did share this in the spring when we talked about Title I. You can see in 14-15 in English language arts where students at Castro were performing, and we've seen some gains over the course of the last few years, although Castro's scores still are behind those of the district overall. Oops. And we see a similar trend in math. We've seen improvement, but still needing to catch up to where the district is as a whole, and a little bit of a slip in math in the previous year. Some iReady data, you can see that there's a significant number of students in the Tier 3 category that we want to move out of that into Tier 2 and to Tier 1 by the end of the year, and the same with math.
Chief Academic Officer Bauer, we can't hear your audio.
And we're supporting Castro and Therakoff. Castro and Therakoff also received turnaround funds for 3 years, which provided about an additional $250,000 to each school to work on different programs to improve student outcomes. And last spring, I came to you and we talked about Title I, and we decided with your input and with some data that it would be in the best interest of the district to spend our Title I money on the students at Castro based on their demographics and their needs and the need for improvement in student outcomes. So this year, Castro is our only Title I school. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Principal Lambert, and she is going to share an outline and an overview of her site plan.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present to you tonight. I'll start right off with academic achievement. And you can see in this goal, for ELA, we want to move from 48% proficient or advanced or meeting or exceeding standards to 52%. And I want to say that Castro is, although we're at the highest ranks in this counties, surrounding counties for similar schools, that we are determined to smash through that ceiling and move even higher. So in both ELA and math, with similar schools with free and reduced lunch percentages, we're doing great, but that's not good enough. We need to get out of this plateau and keep on moving higher. And with all of the support provided over the years, we've gotten to this point, but this renewed commitment for Title I is definitely going to help us renew our energy and go even farther. So the couple of strategies I'd like to highlight or key actions in ELA is the instructional coaching part. With the new Title I funds, we have extensive instructional coaching. We have 2 full-time coaches, and that will definitely help us to focus on pedagogy and make a big difference in what we're doing in the core instruction. And also differentiation for all of the different special needs that exist at Castro. That's the key, to target and move on and help those students to move on. Next slide, please. Thank you. And for math, what I would like to talk about here, again, is the targeted small group instruction. And here in math discourse, you see in this first one, in the spring when I was looking at similar schools, I found a school down in Chula Vista that was actually doing significantly better than any school in the state in math with similar demographics. And so I had almost a 2-hour meeting with that principal to ask what they were doing, what did she feel was making the difference. And math discourse was a big part of what she felt was making the difference in their math achievement. And that fit right in with what we had already been talking about in the spring. And so we have made it a big part of our plan this year. And also, again, the coaching, of course, we're actually weighing heavily on the math side for the coaching. Next slide, please. And as Ms. Bauer mentioned, we have metrics that we're using. This is a new metric this year, and the plan is the iReady diagnostic. So we're looking to move students into Tier 1, increase that, and of course, out of Tier 3. And so these are the metrics we'll be using in addition to the usual CASP data for our goals. Next slide. And closing the achievement gap. The second one here, the newcomer support, I want to highlight that because it was a big input from our ELAC committee. It was a big focus this year when the School Site Council asked for ELAC input to the site plan. There was a great focus on newcomer, doing additional for them. So this is one of the key actions. We have a new counselor, which will be coming up in the next slide, that is doing socio-emotional support groups to help orient them and help their adjustment. But the parents also want additional opportunities for ESL instruction, not just classroom instruction during the day. So we'll be implementing that after the new year. Next slide, please. And in this, again, it's the coaching, the one-on-one. So our 2 coaches, every teacher will receive coaching every week, real-time coaching plus assistance with planning, making sure the planning is very tight and they assist the grade level teams. And that's making a huge difference. And then, of course, very pertinent to this year, the effective distance learning practices and technology platforms. it has to be a big thrust for our PD is how are we implementing everything we wanted to do at Castro this year, but in this distance learning setting. Next slide. And here, the additional Title I funds that were allocated this year, part of those were used for an elementary school counselor, very needed to support the students at Castro. And she really hit the ground running, and we have lots of socio-emotional groups going in addition to the newcomer support, in addition to individual counseling. And so it's making a big difference. And of course, this year those students need even more support due to distance learning. So this was great timing. And then we took a page out of Landel's book, and we're implementing the toolbox curriculum, which is a socio-emotional, and we started that right in August, and we are collaborating with Landel's for the parent ed component of it for the evening trainings. Next slide, please. And parent engagement. I jump right to the bottom here because a silver lining of distance learning is we have seen an increase in our attendance at parent meetings because once parents got the hang of Zoom and we were able to help them navigate the technology, it's very convenient for them. They don't have to bundle up the family and bring them out and walk to the Castro MUR to attend meetings. And so we've seen higher attendance, and we will be, even when we're in person, even when we're allowed to have in-person meetings again, we plan on offering the option live streaming so that parents can stay home or they can come in person and take advantage of this. And then, and also a silver lining is through Google Classroom and Seesaw, parents can see feedback, how their child is doing much more frequently than in the past. And this has always been communicated by parents that they would like to have parent conferences more often to be able to know more frequently how their child's doing in class. Next slide.
So I'll take over from here. I think we're going to continue, as I mentioned before, supporting our sites, supporting distance learning, creating a playbook for reopening, and using our assessments and metrics developed. Castro is going to implement a site plan, use our metrics, monitor progress, and revise as necessary. And I will mention one of the things that has come out of the school site council meetings at all the different sites is they're working collaboratively with their principal and coming up with their own ways of monitoring student progress, which I find, I think is a good exercise for them to do this year. And I look forward to seeing how that works out. So at this point, Ms. Lambert and I are here to take any questions that you might have.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chief Academic Officer Bauer and Principal Lambert. Trustees, do you have questions? I see Trustee Gutierrez has his hand ready.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice President. Hey, so I wanted to ask, in terms of the after-school support, I saw that there was like a tutorial option that was going to be performed by either teachers or outside organizations. My specific question is, how's that going to work? Is it through Zoom or is it, how do you envision that happening?
At this time, it will be through Zoom, which unfortunately it's more screen time, but the need to make sure there's extra instruction is, I think, a higher priority.
And how will you target then, Terry, who would be able to participate?
When it's offered by teachers, often we do a short term, like a 4-week block, and the teachers will look at the math skill that was just taught, for example, and who needs some additional time with it, perhaps. The newcomer, the parents really want the newcomers to have some ESL after school or before school. So of course the newcomers, and there's the officially identified newcomers within their 12 months, but then students still have great need to accelerate their English even after the 12 months. So we would target that group as well.
Okay, Thank you.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah. Will you tell us more about what you mean by math discourse?
That's the opportunity to engage deeply in talking about math in a more conceptual way. And it's students led, not teacher asking a question and one student answering, but peer-to-peer interaction deeply on a math concept or a certain question, just to go delve through and talk about different answers together in more of a student-led way than a very teacher-directed.
So can you give some examples of how that would work?
So an example in an upper grade class is a teacher could pose the question, and then students generate an answer individually or in a small group. And typically that would be where it ends, and then they would give their answer or show the teacher their answer or submit their answer. But math discourse, before they would submit an answer, there would be the opportunity to show each other's answers and question each other and defend their answer or explain why their answer is different. It's more of a prolonged conversation and not so quick, just going through several questions, but going deeply into one question.
And this helps with math and with English?
Absolutely. And so the support for English learners to engage in math discourse is where the challenge is.
Trustee Blakely.
So thank you for the plan and the presentation. I am curious, like a 7% improvement in math is pretty ambitious. I'd love to see it, and I'm glad that you've got some more ideas about math discourse and some other strategies. I'm just wondering that, given that we're in distance learning at least for a while, I mean, school's already been going for several months. Are you seeing some of the growth that would allow the students to make that kind of gain? I'm just worried about how realistic the progress will be in distance learning and how that's going so far.
We did use the standard formula of reducing the students who weren't proficient by the percentage. But as for your question about are we seeing progress, we are definitely seeing some students that are able to thrive in distance learning. Again, the challenge is the students that are really struggling with it are probably the students who were already struggling,
right?
Who weren't proficient coming into it. So we may or may not get to that 7%. Of course, we're hoping to. What the next year brings is where we'll really need to be, once we're in person again, be able to really support the students who didn't make it.
Well, good luck. I wish the best for all of those kids.
Are there any other questions from trustees? I'll finish with, I just have a couple. I think one of the challenges at your school site, Principal Lambert, is that families who are already disproportionately impacted by socioeconomic inequity are being hit even harder during this pandemic. And my understanding is that now we have about 20% of the student population at Castro is students who are qualifying for McKinney-Vento Act supports, students who don't have stable housing. And I noted in your plan that you talked about how the pandemic is having a disproportionate impact on these students and families. Are there, I guess my question is, is your team, the counselors, the SCEF, the teachers, what are the things that you're doing to support students who are really impacted by lack of food, lack of internet, lack of access to healthcare, all of these different things that are much, much worse right now? What's already going on? And then what do you see a need for that we need to keep getting community-wide support for helping students.
A couple of major actions that I think are making a big difference. I know are making a big difference. All of the additional support provided this year through Title I and the superintendent and board approval has allowed us to have a support team. So what we've done is assigned a different support person to each grade level. And throughout the day, a teacher's text or put in a Google Doc we have going as soon as a child goes off video or drops out or doesn't come back after a break, seems to be having difficulty. And then the teacher keeps teaching and then we call home and try and sort things out. And so they don't go the whole day until attendance is taken at the end with the new law, having missed a lot. So we're trying to catch them much sooner. And so that's having a big difference. And we are also with our SCEP especially is we're working with, there's so many community agencies that care and have stepped up, and we have food pantries every other week, soon to be every week with another agency starting in December. And that's also Mistral and Latham Preschool benefit from that as well. And there was a new program, 20 families are actually receiving significant rent assistance through its Reach Potential and through a grant above them, Destination Home. So they're receiving actually several months of rent assistance. And then the other major action is the BTB in-person program and the soon to open learning pods. The in-person is making a tremendous difference for many students. The BTB targeted the McKinney-Vento students, and the learning pods are those that are still struggling with engagement. And when they are able to be under the supervision of an adult, they're able to focus more. Because sometimes the home situation is not because they're not motivated, it just makes it very difficult because of the environment we're in. So with the new learning pods in the BTB, there will be close to 70 students in person benefiting from the in-person, and we're really looking forward to that.
That is great. Are there other things that you, if we were to talk pie in the sky about other community resources beyond the school district, places where school board members can advocate for our students, are there other things that you see as opportunity spaces to get more resources for children?
A major one that comes to mind is if any of you have friends at Comcast that the bandwidth in the homes is still a challenge when there are several students, or even one that's just in a bad connection area. If they could boost their signal for them, that would be a huge win with the technology challenges.
Thank you, Principal Lambert. If there are no further questions from trustees, we will now go to public comment. If you are a member, Trustee Wheeler, you look like you're going to raise your hand. No? Okay. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you can click on the Participants tab. It will pop out a little side screen, and there are 3 dots at the bottom of that where you can click, and it will give you the option to raise your hand. I'm going to wait a moment to see if any hands pop up in that window. If you are on the phone, I believe you can press *9, and that will put you in our queue as well. And Superintendent Rudolph, are there any written comments that were submitted for this item?
No, they're not.
Thank you. I do not see any public comments. Oh, here we go. There's one. Since we only have one comment, I will allocate 3 minutes for this comment. Miss Sandy Pewitt, you may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. It won't take 3 minutes. I just wanted to say quickly, Thank you so much to Principal Lambert for such a lovely presentation. And also, we have begun a fundraiser for a winter season extension of the Reach Potential Food Pantry at the Castro Mistral Latham school site, which benefits all of the families really who are in that school zone location. And if you're on social media or you're a member of any of the school communities in that school zone, hopefully within the next few days, you will get a request to contribute. Reach Potential is a registered 501c3 organization that provides just a tremendous number of different wonderful services to our community, and especially now during COVID when people have lost income and are in situations that really necessitate support. I hope that we could all come together to support those families, and especially our families at Castro, which is our most challenged school site in the district. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. Trustees, are there comments? It's a very quiet crowd. If no trustees have comments, I would like to say I'm still having a private mourning period for the loss of the school site plans this year. I have been tracking them year to year for several years now and seeing how the goals change over time. So I'm really sad at that loss of goal making and data. I understand why, and it makes sense to me. But I think that the action of setting concrete goals for our school sites is incredibly important, and I'm looking forward to the new LCAP and plans that we come up with. I see Trustee Blakely would also like to comment.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Were you done?
I mean, you can feel free
to
finish
it, please. When you're done, I will have a comment.
Okay. So I'm sad to see them go. I understand why. Principal Lambert, I think that in any given year, you have a big job, and this year is an exceptional year for the Castro community in terms of the disproportionate impact of COVID on our low-income families and our Latino population in Mountain View. And so I appreciate the stalwartness that you have always shown and the relationships that you have with families and the work that you're doing to keep holding high expectations for students, even in challenging circumstances. And I hope that as our board goes forward, we're going to continue to partner around trying to get those students who most need extra support right now onto campus in the support pods or with Beyond the Belt, so that we can continue to help them make, not just maintain where they are, but to make academic growth this year. Trustee Blakely.
I basically wanted to echo what Devin was saying. Given the challenges that we have this year and the fact that, your school has extra challenges, especially with socioeconomic inequity, et cetera. The fact that I really appreciate the fact that you pulled your community together and came up with this strong plan when none of the other schools had to do that this year. It's like one more thing on top of everything else. And I really appreciate how you got it together timely. It's only early November, well, mid-November, and I'm glad you got it done. And I hope that it serves as that sort of guidepost to help stay focused on the kids. And I wish you every success, you and the community, every success in carrying it forward. And I'm optimistic. So thank you.
If there are no further comments from trustees, would anyone like to propose a motion?
Sure, I'd recommend, or I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Mariano Castro single plan for school achievement as presented.
Second. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. On a motion moved by Trustee Gutierrez and seconded by Trustee Blakely. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes unanimously with 4 trustees voting in the affirmative. Thank you, Chief Academic Officer Bauer, and thank you, Principal Lambert. We will now move on to review and discussion. Item 9A, the review of the solar structure locations. And it looks like we have a presentation from Dr. Westover. And Emily Douglas. Welcome, Ms. Douglas.
Good evening. So we have an updated presentation for you because of some changes that happened after we published the board packet. So we will upload the new PowerPoint to the website after Emily presents some of the changes that we've found. So this is to review the placement of the solar panels and some of the things that we found over the past, I guess, week. All right, Emily.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Rebecca. As Rebecca said, I'm Emily Douglas from NG. It's good to see you all again. I'll try to be quick because I know you have one more important topic after me as well. But since our contract was approved last month, we're so pleased to have really gotten running already with Rebecca and Jason and the team to deliver on the solar project. We're here tonight just to review solar layouts, which were established in the contract and also established through community meetings with every site this spring. So we joined their regular site meetings to talk through each site's location, and you'll see their feedback in the presentation. I'll review the solar structure types real briefly, but I think you've already kind of seen them in real life and in pictures and so on, so I won't spend a lot of time there. And then we'll talk about each site in alphabetical order. I don't need to go through the program goals. I think I did those last time, so I'll just skip forward. We are balancing lots of things when we are picking solar locations. So we may get into some of those as we discuss, but there's lots of technical considerations, and then there's also non-technical. There's more human considerations that we're balancing. So and then of course there's regulatory and DSA kind of requirements that we're balancing. So lots of different things that we're bringing together to pick a given location for a site. And so we'll go into each of those. We've included EV charging, and you'll see that on the diagram at each site as well. The image you're seeing now is the structural plan for a typical T structure. The image on the left is a full T, so it's equal on each side, and you can essentially park cars facing each other under that canopy is about how big it is to give you a sense. And then the image on the right is a smaller T when we essentially have less space to work with. And then sometimes you could even have an L where the array doesn't extend beyond the post in the ground. So a couple different types of structures. And then I'll show you a couple of rooftop examples on your own sites as well. So I think I will jump into the sites, starting with Bub if no one has questions on that part. So each site slide that I'll show will show a little bit about what we got, the feedback we got in the meeting we had with the site, as well as some of the main things we were considering in this site. The only thing I would say about Bub, for example, is that some of our images are a little out of date. So underneath array 2 there that you see in blue, those portables are gone. We don't have the updated satellite image yet to work with, but that's a nice site we had to work with once the portables were removed to put it there. And array 2 was sort of a preferred location by the site. We were able to adjust where it was based on the feedback we got at the site. I'll jump forward if that's all right. Crittenden, at both middle schools, we were designing to allow flexibility for the future. So we're on the roof of some existing buildings, so that you can see R2 there in red and R1 kind of over on the right hand side. And then C1 means canopy 1 at the top of the image there. And we were trying to leave as much flexibility as we could for the middle schools, knowing that you're going to have these arrays for a long time. And there's plans for the middle schools. I will jump forward on that one. Next is Landell's, also rather out of date image given all the construction you guys have had on that site. This one was pretty straightforward. The main thing we were afraid of here was baseballs. We don't want baseballs to hit the arrays, so we had to make sure we were going to be a safe distance. And otherwise, these will provide nice playground shade at Landell's. And then there will be EV charging in that parking lot there at the top of the image as well. Huff had lots of good questions, you can see, similar to Landell's in terms of good playground space that we had to work with, and then we'll go to the EV charging in the parking lot as well at Huff. And there as well, there were portables removed. So the array 2 won't actually be as close to those portables as it looks like, because that wouldn't be allowed. I'll keep going if that works for everyone. Graham, again, we were trying to leave site flexibility for the future with these canopies, in this case, all of them at Graham that we've designed. And there will be EV charging here as well under the array number 2. And Graham was pretty straightforward in terms of the questions we got from the site. I'll keep zooming forward unless I see hands raised. At Castro Mistral, I did want to point out we've got EV charging at both sides of the campus, so it's a little hard to read in the red, but both parking lots will get EV charging in this case. And then array number 1 will be a shared playground space between both campuses, so they'll both get the benefit of added shade at that campus there. Montaloma is a place where we have some rooftops. There was quite a bit of tree shading that our engineers were working around at Montaloma, and that's part of why these rooftops make a lot of sense. And then there will be one shade structure as well, and I think they were pleased to get this shade in the area kind of near the playground when we spoke to this site. And they did ask for an array up by the office, but it was too constrained. Essentially, there were a couple different sites that asked for wishing for shade in a certain place, but typically it was too close to another building already. So next would go to Stevenson and the district office, which we view as one site together from an energy perspective. I'll show the layout next. And we were definitely constrained by the distance to buildings when we were looking at this site, and there was a lot of discussion in this site meeting about shade as well on the campus, desire to have good shade. So for Stevenson, this is the location that's shown in the contract. So you can see C1 is a canopy and C2 is a smaller canopy down by the district office. And there's EV charging in both the Stevenson lot as well as the district office lot under this design and in all possible designs for Stevenson. Based on this location, we did get some feedback from the site that had some concerns about the size of C1, that canopy array. So we looked for a bunch of other options to try and find other places to put some of C1, because this is, this surface area is how much we need to get you the optimal savings. But we heard from the site that was a large array in their opinion. So I will show a couple other alternatives. But they all have lots of drawbacks and uncertainties. And so I'll go through some of those. So one of the options we generated was to put an array down in the district office lot. And really we had ruled this design out originally from an engineer's perspective, because that array C3 that you see at the bottom of the screen will be shaded quite a lot of the day. So those beautiful trees directly below C3 are to the south. So those trees are too big to take out and would be casting a pretty big shadow on a good piece of C3 during quite a lot of the day. There's also a storm drain running right down the middle of the parking lot. So we would have to offset the posts into parking spaces. That's not a very big lot, so you'd probably lose multiple parking spaces out of that reconfiguration, as well as it would have to be overhanging the drive aisle because of the storm drain. And that would mean it has to be really tall, a much taller structure than the other two on campus, so that vehicles can drive underneath it. So all of those things would add costs. And that was why we had not recommended this as a design all the way along. You may also notice, if you're looking real closely, if you're following very closely from home, what we've added in C3 is a lot larger than what we took away from C1 because of that shading. So not only would we have to build a taller structure around a storm drain, it would also have to be a lot bigger to try to get the same amount of energy output. And one of the uncertainties here is we have not gone out with a tool to measure exactly where the shade is in the parking lot to know exactly how much production we could get out of C3. So we're showing this image, but there's lots and lots of both uncertainties about where the tree shading will be, how much impact it'll have on production, as well as constructability for this site. And then I will jump on to the other option we tried to generate here based on the site feedback, which was to move some of C1, the canopy array, onto the rooftop of the building just to the north of it. anytime we're looking at roofs, there's going to be structural upgrades required of some sort, and we don't know what they are. And based on the plans that exist right now, it's a big, wide open uncertainty what it would require to build on this roof. Of course, before we get anywhere near building, there will be a lot of engineering and design. DSA will put us through the ringer for that to make sure it's constructed safely on that roof. But there's a lot of uncertainty of what it will take to build safely at that roof. So those were the options we wanted to walk through for Stevenson, and then I will zip through the last couple slides and go to any discussion anyone wants to have on this. Therakoff has quite a lot of roofs and quite a lot of shade as well from trees. So we were pretty constrained to roofs here because of the existing great tree cover that kind of runs along the bottom of the image there at Therakoff. So we couldn't do canopies really at all here. They also asked for a canopy in the courtyard kind of between R1 and R2, those two buildings. And it's too constrained by being close to other buildings. So we weren't able to add a canopy there for sort of shade while kids are waiting to be picked up, although we tried. And then Vargas, we were working from the designs when we originally laid this out. The courtyard in the middle is pretty constrained. We're putting in as much as we can, and it'll be pretty close to what the optimal amount is that the site needs. We wish we could fit a little bit more, but this is essentially all we could fit given the great trees on that site and the building constraints that are there. I think that's all I had to run through, unless you want me to go to images of the playground canopies to help folks understand what it's gonna look like, or I can take any questions. I see Trustee Blakely's hand. Yeah.
Trustee Wilson, you're muted.
Yeah.
I was wondering, we've seen a lot of different designs for Stevenson, and I know that there's been a lot of feedback and a lot of, concerns, largely due because of the constraint of the size of the campus and some other constraints because of the way the uses of the field. But the package that I first looked at still had one in the parking lot. And I'm wondering,
Stevenson parking lot.
Stevenson. And so I'm wondering what, rather than have to spend a lot of money and go through uncertainty with DSA to put it on the roof, or do the expensive one that's so much larger at the district parking lot, is that off the table now, putting it in the Stevenson parking lot?
Yes, unfortunately. So I didn't have that image in this, but I should have covered that piece. That was one of the other options we tried, was to split it between the courtyard and the Stevenson parking lot. And we thought we were going to be able to do that based on all the plans, but it turns out PG&E was wrong by about 30 feet about where one of their medium voltage lines is. So there's a medium voltage line running directly down where we would want to put the posts for the array. And this is exactly why we send somebody out there to scan the ground before we get near anywhere doing any construction, because that was what Rebecca referred to that we discovered this week, was the actual route for the medium voltage line. And it's not something we can work near safely, running straight down the line of that parking lot.
Oh, down the whole line, so we couldn't like slide it off. Okay.
Yeah, we looked at shifting it up and down, and yeah. Okay. There's a pretty narrow planter bed between the parking and the sidewalk that we would have been working in. And we thought the 12 kV line from PG&E, based on all the plans, was in the drive aisle, where the cars drive before they park, and that would have been fine. But it's actually basically right down the planter bed.
We've had a lot of challenges with PG&E and our various construction projects, so this shouldn't surprise me. Thank you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Other trustee questions? Trustee Conley?
So I'm just curious about costs of freestanding T structures versus roof structures. I think there had been an assumption for a long time that putting an array on a roof is actually less expensive than having to build a T structure, but based on this presentation, it sounds like that might not actually be the case.
Yeah, that's a great question. There is a lot of uncertainty that goes into roofs. So, you can look at it and see there's less steel when you're building on a roof, but really the structural upgrades required to get it safely on the roof are often a wash or give or take with the steel structure. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the steel structures are certain, they're quick through DSA. We know what's, they're a little more straightforward than working with a given roof conditions. Yeah.
Well, and I know looking at that roof at Stevenson, having been over to the site, and even when we tried to talk about extending the shade off the front of it, they are not, let's just say they weren't built in the 1950s when schools were made out of bricks and mortar.
Yeah.
That's a good segue. And I had a sort of a curiosity question. Is it more expensive to build on a modular versus a stick build roof?
Yeah, good question. Again, lots of details within it. But if new construction was designed to be solar ready, that's great. And we have the designs and we know what's there. It's almost as much about the knowledge, right, of what's there. Then that will then let us know what the structural upgrades are going to be. Otherwise, DSA will wisely make us overbuild it to be safe.
Right. That makes sense. I can't see my other trustees if there's hands up. Okay, no. Other questions? Okay, are there members of the public who want to address the board on this topic? If you could open up the participant window and raise your hand in the participant box, the bottom right-hand corner. If you click on the 3 dots, you can raise your hand. I'm not seeing any. Oh, there we go. Miss Mailot, could you unmute yourself?
Yes.
There we go. Hi.
Hello. I hadn't planned to talk today, but as you said, these issues with Stevenson just popped up today because of the electrical issues. Since Kim's not here tonight, I just wanted to speak on behalf of Stevenson and say I really appreciate these additional options, and that in the conversations that Mr. Santiago has had with the district regarding the option, the original, that C1 option that's extremely long, the consistent feedback from the Stevenson community from various groups has been that solution really won't work for us, that it's really taking up too much of the limited blacktop space for play area and future plans. So we would appreciate it if you would consider one of the other 2 options that's being presented today.
Thank you, Ms. Mailot. Open this. And are there other members of the public? Let me back this up. I don't see any other hands. We'll open it up then to trustee comments.
Emily, can you do me a favor and maybe stop presenting?
Yep.
I'm looking through the presentation on my end. So if there's a hand up, go ahead and unmute yourself, trustees, and you can start the comment.
I guess I will start then. I am thrilled that we, Trustee Gutierrez, I see your laugh. I am thrilled that we're moving forward on solar panels. And we've come so far and we're so close to actual implementation. This Stevenson site is just such a pickle. It is a real challenge and we keep going and going and going and trying to figure out what to do. And I'm really torn about what to do. And like how much would it delay the process to look at that roof, and how much would it cost us in further consulting or contractual expenses to look at that roof. I don't think the district parking lot idea is feasible in the sense that or ideal in the sense that it raises costs, lowers shade, causes to overbuild, and has all of these other problems. So, you know, I'm curious to see what other trustees think.
Trustee Blakely?
I share your concerns. I wish there were a better solution, but it sounds like there's just so many constraints that it's really hard to find something that addresses all the needs and gives us the amount of energy that we want. I assume, like, if we put the panels on the district office roofs, it would still be just as expensive, and they're more shaded. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tree concern there as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I share the concern. I actually was at Oak Elementary up in Los Altos over the weekend, and they have a really large elongated set of panels. And it's not up against the building, but it was right up against a couple play structures. And it was from like 11 to 12:30 or 1. And I was surprised at the actual amount of shade underneath it. And I get that depended on that angle. And so I looked at that and thought, well, there's a lot of benefit to this, and they're so high up, they don't seem as probably crowded as it may feel when you look at the diagram and you're at a site that just similar to Vargas, there's just not a lot of space, and you're seeing this big, mothership sort of land in it. And I didn't get that feeling from being there, and it did seem to provide some shade. Again, that's time of day dependent and angle dependent, but I don't see an economically feasible or responsible way of getting that up on the roof there. And I'd hate to hold up this whole project just on that, because I know we're going to save so much money on electricity that we can utilize for student outcomes. So I am definitely torn on that. And I know a lot of people have spent a lot of time to look at that specific Stevenson site and provide input. I'm not sure I'm ready to hold up the process to make sure everybody's 100% happy. Trustee Blakely?
I maybe should have asked this, but you're prompting the question. All of the projects need to go in together, right? For approval. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. We've planned for sort of parallel construction across everything. Right. And if I could maybe just add one other point of information to what Trustee Wilson was saying, which is that the clear height at the lowest point is 12 feet high. And then because of the tilt, the rest of it's a little bit higher. So just in terms of, like you say, how it feels on the site, it will be 12 feet and higher. And the minimum distance between the columns in the that are holding up the structure, it would be 27 feet. So there would be 27 feet or more between, up 27 feet between each, not the minimum, that's the clear height, but the 27 feet would be between each post holding up the array in terms of the ability to play and still use the space underneath.
Okay. Trustee Conley?
And the posts they're not at either side, they're just central in that T structure.
Exactly, yeah, so they run down the middle. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's one row of posts.
Other comments from trustees? Okay. I think that's fairly clear direction, I hope, Ms. Douglas.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Rebecca, I don't know if you want to sort of frame the question anymore about what I definitely hear and feel the site concerns, but we want to kind of know which one we should go ahead with to keep moving.
It sounds like folks are in favor of was it the first option? I'm looking at the presentation and I don't see the multiple options. So
yeah, we had a version swap because some of this information was new this week. So
yeah, no worries. Which is the option with the long structure in the primary courtyard?
Yeah, so that would be the first option.
Option 1, okay.
Yeah, and that's what's in the contract.
I thought I was hearing folks leaning towards that. At least 3.
The other options would all slow things down, correct?
Add uncertainty, yeah.
And it sounds like get less. We might be spending more if we were to do the C3 option with the change in drainage in the DO parking lot, and possibly even getting less energy output. Is that the terminology from it by doing so? So I'm just that doesn't make fiscal sense to me. So I'm seeing at least 4 nods. So I think that's fairly clear direction. If that helps.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate your discussion of it, your consideration of it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for your time too and for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, I think with that, we'll move on now to item 9B, distance learning update and next steps.
And that would be me. Good evening, trustees. It is so nice to be here with you all. I was going to say to stand in front of you, and then I realized we're not standing. We're all sitting in different places. So thank you for the opportunity to be here to give you all an update on distance learning and give a recap of our feedback, our metrics, and some next steps. Just give me a minute while I present my screen. So here we are. Our distance learning plan, I want to start by saying a big thank you, not just because it's Thanksgiving, but a big thank you to our community members and our stakeholders that took time to give us feedback. That feedback right off the bat from spring to this time to fall has given us thinking and guidelines and has provided us with planning on what to do with our distance learning plan and how to go about it and how to best support our students. So from the bottom of our heart, we thank you for all of that stakeholder input. Our distance learning plan is based on the guiding principles of keeping our employees as well as our students safe, being nimble and ready to give high quality, equitable learning for every student as best as we can, and of course, involving our community in solutions planning and implementation. So we did a review of our distance learning plan, and we, in the first few months, we collected some data, right? And we took stakeholder feedback from our focus group, and we considered multiple metrics. We got feedback from administration, we got feedback from parents, teachers, staff members, and we identified some strengths as well as challenges all through that process. So what did that multiple metric and focus group feedback come out to? A quick recap of our metrics. We used iReady data, which we presented to the board earlier in October. And that data, which indicated opportunities for targeted instructional support for our 5th, 7th, and 8th graders. So more support for EL, students with disabilities, and our SED focus groups. We reviewed our average daily attendance as well as our tech incidents through November. And the most interesting piece that I really enjoyed going through was our thought exchange, which was done in September, which was early on, right, when distance learning started. We had 2,532 thoughts. And if I may say, reading through each one of those thoughts that we read, I almost felt like our community members were sitting next to me and sharing their thoughts. It was authentic. It was in language I felt like I'm having a conversation with people, except they couldn't hear me, but I could hear their thoughts. It was wonderful to have that feedback. Some of the feedback captured, we can't capture every thought, but some trends that we captured on what's working for our parent focus group through the thought exchange was structured instructional day. Our parents appreciated that. They liked the mirroring of in-person school day, which was a combination of live instruction, small group, breakout sessions. Parents really appreciated that. They feel like they're more involved in their child's education because, just from like myself, I'm more involved in my child's education because he's in the same room with me or in the room next to me, and I'm more engaged and I see the activities go on. Parents like the longer lunch period. They also like the consistency of our teaching platforms. So Google Classroom, Seesaw, Flipgrid, the feedback they get from that is very helpful for them as well. They appreciate our teachers taking time for communication and being so responsive, even with everything that they have to deal with. And they appreciate that distance learning and has built some more technology independence in our students. Some families like an asynchronous day, and families appreciated. We gave Chromebooks to our kiddos and they were like, this was very nice, this was good. So that was great. But along with some of the positive strengths, we also have some challenges that our families are facing that came out. So a quick trend grip on those. Some of our students we know need more support, so more one-on-one time with the teacher, and some challenging tasks for students that may be performing higher than than the current class they're in. Some social emotional learning health and concerns came that, and parents asked for some additional social interactions. Students with special needs, we know they need a little more support, and that support varies by student need. Younger students get tired of being on Zoom. That came out in the thought exchange and in the feedback focus groups as well, that they get tired of being on Zoom through the day. We talked about asynchronous days. Some families like it. Well, some families don't like it as much. So it goes both ways. Well, what's working for our teachers and staff members that came out in the thought exchange and in the focus group feedback? They really appreciated, even under the COVID situation, being able to connect with kids and continue the learning experiences for them. They like teachers and staff members like that we have a structured day through day. They appreciated the small group instruction, especially elementaries. The breakout sessions, they're beneficial for kids, and teachers monitor and support kids there. A lot of our teachers and staff members gave input on that our kids' organizational and executive functioning skills have improved from like August all the way till now, because they're more in sync and used to the routine. They love that the families are engaged. They like that families are more engaged. Some students whose families may have not been engaged before, they're more available because they're probably working from home as well. Technology for teachers that were probably not as comfortable, or staff members that were probably not as comfortable, it's become second nature almost for many of them. And then of course, something that came out was teachers and students are somewhat adjusted to distance learning. Some of the challenges that we are seeing with our teachers and staff members that came out was the level of student engagement in virtual learning cannot be equated to in-person. It isn't. It is a challenge. Workload was a challenge. That was something that came out very clearly. We hear about it from other areas as well. And then instruction and assessment in a virtual environment take longer. One thing that teachers talked about was balancing whole class engagement, so keeping the whole group engaged while differentiating is something that they would like to continue to focus on as well. So looking ahead. Well, to look ahead, I always try to take a step back, right? We take a step back and we look at the whole big picture. So some of the things that we want to consider is when we started our distance learning plan, we based it on the feedback and input of stakeholders from what we learned in spring of 2020, right? When we had shut down, and what we saw and we learned and how instruction happened, it helped us design the current structure of our distance learning plan. We took into consideration the initial metrics from August, September, and even now the focus group feedback. It was generally positive, but there's always some things that can be done. And we also heard that most students and families are kind of adjusting to the routine of the distance learning environment. And we've heard people mention that, it's become almost second nature. It's a new school environment for me. We get up at this time, we go to school at this time, it's virtual, and then school's done, and the routine has kind of set in. Parents at the focus group mentioned that they would like to move forward with the reopening planning rather than just refining the current distance learning. So that was something that really came out with our focus group. Parents really wanted to move forward with, let's plan for reopening. And we do know that, for us to get all of this feedback and everything, we want to make some adjustments to the instructional day of our distance learning plan. But making those adjustments, we do not, since we heard that they're it kind of settled into the routine, if I may. We don't want to drastically change the entire structure of the school day, and we don't want to add more to our teachers' workload. So how do we balance our parent requests? How do we balance our teacher feedback? And how do we support everybody to make sure that our students are still continue to be engaged and learn in our virtual world? So we have some adjustments that we thought of, and we are thinking we should just, what if we fine-tuned our virtual learning environment? And by fine-tuning, we have a few specific things we want to look at. So teachers stated that workload is a challenge, right? And then some more time would benefit everyone. So we're recommending removing the elementary Wednesday afternoon checkout time. Well, which then gives teachers a more seamless afternoon to do their planning and their prep. So they have Wednesday afternoon planning time or prep time, but they have to go back to leave that meeting to go back and do a checkout for students. And sometimes they reported, a lot of the times it was a yay or a nay. Sometimes kids didn't show up, or one or two kids showed up and they had to leave their meeting and their meeting with their grade levels and go and finish the checkout. So if we remove the elementary Wednesday checkout, giving some time back to our teachers to have a seamless planning time. Another thing we're thinking was to encourage your teachers to continue building on the opportunities for targeted small group instruction. They're doing that right now. How can we add a little bit more, build in some individualized one-on-one times? What can we do to integrate some of that time within small group, meet with the student, and support the student's needs based on what they need? We heard from our parents and some teachers as well that, students may not be as engaged as they were at the beginning of the year. So we're looking at providing and working with our principals on providing strategies for student engagement to add to our teacher toolkit, right? We want to make sure we're supporting our teachers who are in turn supporting our students. And they have almost a toolbox or a toolkit of strategies that they've been using when in person, but distance learning looks different. So kind of giving them things to add in their toolbox. With SEL resources, at the beginning of the year, we gave our teachers and staff, so we provided them with some SEL resources. And now we're looking at some additional resources and lessons, and we're working on that for our staff and teachers. We're also exploring with sites some social interaction opportunities, right? So we heard that our parents would or love to have students be a part of some social lunch bunch or recess group and provide opportunities for that. So principals will talk to their teachers, their staff members, and explore some opportunities at that end. So for some next steps for us are to fine tune and make small adjustments. We don't want to change the entire setup of what our community, our students may be adjusted to. Because if we made some drastic changes to the daily schedule for staff members, for kids, for students, then they will have to redo every site, every classroom, every grade level might have to redo an entire school day. It will impact the CSMA music, art, STEAM, RTI, PE. Sites may have to redo their entire master schedule. And that would be one more change for our students and families who will then have to readjust to the new school day structure. So maybe fine tuning and making adjustments to make sure we can add more things based on what feedback we got. Of course, we're going to communicate with our refinements to our stakeholders. And parents and staff members said, let's continue to, our parents said that we should continue to plan for reopening, which we are continuing right now, and building opportunities for students in partnership with Living Classroom, with Ruderman Moves, to give them more activities. Of course, we have our support pods that we are opening for our identified students pretty soon in about a week or so. So we are excited about that. So that is the end of my presentation. I can stop sharing. So any questions for me, anything I can answer for you?
Thank you, Ms. Dagger. We'll open up to questions from trustees. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah. What was your response to the governor's directive this week to say that schools couldn't reopen?
Well, it made my brains go in multiple directions, if I would say that. As multiple hats that I wear, the work hat and the parent hat, it made me think about what do we need to do and what do we need to continue to support our teachers and our parents to support our kids together. We definitely, if we stay in this situation, and we have to monitor it, of course, because when we made this plan for refinement, we didn't know we were going to go in the purple tier. We didn't know. So we went in the purple tier just 2 days ago, and now we have to start thinking about other options as well. So definitely keeping our options open and planning for every possible option.
Yeah.
Other trustee questions? Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you. So I had a question about, I mean, you sort of answered it in a way, but I do want to ask it directly. The middle school schedule, when we set the middle school schedule, it was based around how we would have to bring middle school students back to campus, that we would bring them back in sort of staggered arrival at school. And now we're in the purple tier. The soonest, if our county-wide population does the best possible things they can do over the next few weeks and get us back into the red tier, the soonest after we're in the red tier for 2 weeks that we could begin phased reopening again would be mid-January, like a couple of weeks into January. And then middle school is still kind of at the end of the phased reopening plans that we had been developing. Can you tell us a little bit about the constraints or possibilities around having virtual middle schools start later in the morning instead of at 8 a.m. for a specific grade level, given that we know it's better for those middle school students to start a little bit later if possible?
I think I'll have to defer to Chief Academic Officer Bauer on this one, if she wants to help chime in.
Sure. Part of the issue we could run into, and I know some of you, I don't know if you know, like designing a middle school schedule is an insanely crazy task because you have subject specific teachers and they can only be teaching at one time. And so the staggered schedule allows us not to be crossing over and teachers teaching in different grade levels. And so, you know, if we had to look at, let's say, distance learning for a really long extended period of time for our middle schoolers, it's something we could look at. I'm not sure how easy it would be to change that this year, just because we're designed in a certain way and everyone's teaching in a certain way to not cross different periods among the day. It's just really complicated. But that being said, if the purple tier took us all for a loop and we're seeing the spike and we're not sure what's going to happen, and I think we're going to have to monitor the data, and then we're going to have to run some different scenarios with our middle schools to see, what we could run scenarios to see what we could do or not do. Because I think your point is well taken.
Yeah, I mean, even if we can apply for a waiver, the waivers right now are only available for elementary schools. They're not for middle schools. So, we can't predict the future, but it could be a while. Another question I had was, could you all update us a little bit on the type of professional development the teachers are getting right now as they're in distance learning? And has there been opportunities for collaboration at the grade level across our school sites? So like first grade teachers across the district getting to share resources and learnings and strategies, that type of thing.
Great question. So we have actually Wednesdays built in for staff meeting time and at sites for professional developments. So principals work together with the teachers and they give them training based and PDs for their sites. For our principals, like I mentioned, we just did a toolkit, a student engagement strategies toolkit for them. And we have heard, we're looking into options for seeing if we can build in some opportunities for collaboration for our grade level teams as well. But they are collaborating within their sites every Wednesday.
Thank you.
So that's a good segue into my question. And you mentioned this toolkit and that what will be added to it specifically? I just feel like there's a lot of generalities that we're speaking in terms of what we're going to be doing next. And so I'm not quite clear. It sounds like we're doing a lot of fine-tune adjustments in a very generalized approach. So what are some of these tools that are going to be new and added to their toolkit to help our kids do better while they stay in distance learning?
Sure. So great question. So they say that, if I may start by saying, fine tuning a car sometimes makes the car have longer mileage, right? So with that in mind, and without making some drastic changes for our teachers and adding on to their workload, right? We do want to keep our kids engaged. We do, period. All of us, every adult, parent, or teacher. But sometimes we may need some new things in our pockets to pull out. And if I give you an example, if I'm a teacher, a student in my class may not be engaged, but I can stand, if I'm in person, I can stand next to the child and tap on the shoulder and I can get the kiddo back. But we may not be able to do that in a virtual environment. So how do we engage our kids in a virtual environment? What can we do? There's something called a waterfall strategy for getting kids to respond. And our coaches actually have trained our teachers to talk a little bit about a use that strategy, where students type in the chat their responses, but they don't press enter. So the teacher, when they all wait and the teacher says waterfall, that's when all the responses go in. And then everybody gets to see. So when I'm a student, I quickly want to see what everybody else wrote versus the responses going on and on and on. Small little things like this build engagement. Something we talked about with our principals earlier this week at one of our meetings was using a simple organizer, but giving opportunities for accountability for every child. So I think in one section, Mia said, Johnny said, Isabella said, and based on that, our group field, so every student writes one response. So what you're really doing is you're giving kids an accountability system where you say you need to listen when you're working in your breakout group. And you also need to respond based on everyone's thoughts. So the engagement is built where it says, here you go, here's a paper for you to fill out, and you do it and come back. Well, if it was me back then, I would be disengaged way back. So I think little tweaks, things like this, helps build engagement a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. So on the topic of engagement, I'm curious why the part of the recommendation is to remove the elementary Wednesday checkout. If we're already struggling with engagement, I'm not sure if that's being driven by parents wanting flexibility or if that's being driven by let's keep these kids engaged, keep them accountable, and that by the end of the day, they need to know there's somebody paying attention to whether they've turned their stuff in or not. So I agree that might be weighted more by parents wanting that flexibility versus keeping them engaged.
Well, I think it comes from both ends, right? And we talked about that a little bit. Parents and as well as staff members and teachers reporting that not very many kids were coming in. But here's the deal. Some of our teachers still do it, right? They do. If they have a student that says, I need to check in with you, our teachers are amazing. They would check in with the child. But by removing that, what we're trying to build is an afternoon for our teachers to prep and plan. they need that time, and removing that 30 minutes and adding it to their planning time would give us the opportunity to have more seamless planning within the grade level, like Trustee Conley mentioned. So giving them little opportunities and adding some more time in there for our staff members as well. When they were not seeing a lot
I
of
understand the rationale. I just worry that the kids will now see it as them no longer needing to be accountable.
It was already optional, I think. The afternoon.
My son is like, he's always like, there's this deadline, I have to get my stuff done. So I'm definitely approaching it with the parent hat. Just so every child is different. I totally understand that.
I've been hearing from teachers that they didn't like it, and it's probably
okay
that Ms. DeGar said. But I was also wondering why we're not doing that with the middle schools as well. Is it because they're planning a prep time? Is it a different time, or are they? I thought they were doing Wednesdays also. So I'm wondering why just elementary.
Chief Academic Officer Bauer can chime in, please, if they want, but middle schools don't have the Wednesday checkout because of their planning and prep time.
So they already don't have it?
No.
Okay, got it. Thanks. That was my only question.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to clarify my understanding because now there's a lot of things flying around. For middle school, their work is due in each subject by the end of their period on asynchronous Wednesdays, I think. And for elementary school, their work is due by the end of the school day, but the checkout meeting is optional. Is that correct?
No, no, no.
No, I'm wrong. Okay.
Kathy, you want to chime in a little bit?
Yeah. So for middle school, for both elementary and middle, work is due by the end of the school day.
Okay.
Not by the end of the period, it's due by the end of the school day. So the regular school day, whatever ending time the school has, the grade level has, that's when the work is due. For middle school, we made the change when we updated the attendance procedures. We made the change to make the morning check-in on Wednesdays more like an office hours so that kids could come with specific questions, because it's really difficult in middle school because you've got 5 teachers. And so having a check-in and a kid may have a question about math and they're checking in with their first period teacher, that doesn't help. So we turned that into office hours so kids could go to the teacher they needed to get help. We took the middle school checkout out when we made that change. For elementary, we kept the morning check-in on middle school, or the morning check-in for elementary on Wednesdays, and we made the afternoon checkout optional. And what we're hearing, and the information we're hearing from both staff and parents, and of course, no decision, I just say this because it's something I say all the time, we're not going to make everybody happy. But what we're hearing is that there's a lot of teachers that are leaving their prep or their collaboration or their time when they're working with their teachers to go to this checkout and nobody comes. And so then they're sitting there in a Zoom meeting for 20 minutes and they don't have anybody. And so, while yes, the engagement piece we hear, and this does sound contradictory, we're trying to find a way to balance some needs of everybody. And this is just really, really, it's not easy. So removing that elementary checkout was a way to give them a little bit more time. And then also trying to build these strategies for engagement. The idea behind it is really about giving teachers something simple to pick from so that they're not looking for it on their own all the time. So here's these whole things you can do. We've already found them for you. Now you don't have to spend your time doing it, and maybe that will help you with your workload. So I hope that clarifies a little bit.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
So Swati, you had mentioned that there might be some grade level teaching teams and that they're already doing this collaboration. And is it true that most sites have also a tech coordinator, a teacher that's sort of taken on this responsibility? And will some of these new fine tuning pieces that I guess are grade level site specific and maybe even teacher specific be run or implemented using those tech support teachers or site leads on technology?
So we have a few sites have a site tech lead. and some sites don't have it because teachers didn't volunteer for it. But
Yeah.
some have it. They already have a lot to do. So some sites have that, and we have a Tectosa who helps support all the sites. And then principals are doing this. Since this is not, these fine tunings is not a lot of technology that needs a tech person. It could actually be a coach. It could be the site principal. It could be our Tectosa. It's strategies for student engagement that actually your principals already give our teachers a lot of them, but there were these few things that we saw that we could use, and the principals will keep adding on it, and we'll give them some as well as we come across. So that's the piece. It's more instructional versus tech.
That makes sense to me. When I read over this presentation and even listening to it, it all made perfect sense. I just wasn't sure where those fine-tunements, where the actual improvements were to what's already being implemented. So it just, some of the specific examples helped me more clearly understand how we are. I guess it's been a month since we requested, coming back with improvements. What are we going to do it better? And it's hard when we assume it's almost over when it may not be.
Right.
So yeah, thank you for answering those questions. Are there additional questions from trustees? Okay. Are there members of the public who wish to address the board on this item? They could raise your hand using the raise hand function in the participant window. Okay, I see one hand. I'll wait a couple more seconds to see if there's more. All right, I see two hands. So at this time, I'm going to set the. Okay, we have 3 comments, so I'll set a 3-minute limit on the speakers. If additional hands come up, we will ask that you please email the trustees since we've already allocated time. We'll start off with the people who are live. So if Mr. Glenn Bates could unmute himself.
Hi, I wanted to first thank Wilson and trustees Wilson and Gutierrez for their service. I also wanted to make a comment about trustee Wilson. I had emailed you this, but I thought it needed to be said in front of people. I think your presence as a leader also affects young boys. To see somebody lead in the way that you do, and to be gentle and to listen to people and to still press on. It's good for boys to see female leadership like that. So I want to let you know, I don't have any girls in my house to watch and learn. So I just have the boys, and they do, they're not up now, but they watched you earlier. So I wanted to point that out. I do want to also chime in. My wife has to deal with a master schedule for a middle school. That is a mind-bending nightmare coming forward with COVID. So my condolences to those who have to deal with master schedules for secondary schools. Finally, I wanted to reflect a little bit on the presentation as far as in that last slide, there was a comment about not making any drastic changes and trying to fine-tune distance learning. I think we really need to look at what does that look like once we change over. Not everybody's going to want to go in person, and that will be a drastic change for our teaching staff and the administrators, and trying to figure out how to balance in-person and distance learners. That's going to be a really big burden on teachers. And I recognize that we don't want to make a lot of big changes, because I think Mountain View is doing very well with distance learning, even compared to some other districts. I think they've just really done about as good as you could do, and I'm glad that there's a cycle to look at going forward and making adjustments. But let's not underestimate what's coming up with trying to come back in the classroom. I am very nervous about timelines, and I don't really believe that even mid-January is really going to happen, just because of what people might do during break, and then you have closing and opening schools based on people's health. I don't know. I just want, I have concerns about that as being a little bit undersold. It will be a giant change for teachers to have to deal with both environments and to coordinate everybody in between those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. I see Kathy Scheck, if you could unmute yourself. I see you're unmuted, but we don't hear you. Ms. Scheck? You may need to test your audio or turn up the volume, your microphone.
Hello, does it work now?
Oh, I hear you now.
There we go. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to echo the comment from the earlier speaker to thank Trustee Wilson and Trustee Gutierrez for your service. This is our first year really taking part in these school board meetings, and so it's been quite an experience considering this is during a pandemic. But the school board and Trustee Wilson's leadership really has made it quite memorable, and I'm just impressed with the leadership of the board. So I appreciate the work of the board and Trustee Wilson and Trustee Gutierrez, and we're sorry to see you both go. I just actually had a question. We're supposed to start the in-person PE this week, but then, because we had shifted to the purple tier, that somehow has been canceled. So I was just kind of curious about an update if that was going to move forward at all. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scheck. I believe we have an emailed comment.
Yep, I'll talk about PE tomorrow during the community check-in. So
Thank you.
My shameless plug to get more people to tune in. How about that? So here's our comment, last one. This one comes from Christopher Chang. Dear Board of Trustees, the board presentation makes references to reopening. A strategic problem since this summer has been tying distance learning to elusive reopening. This moment can be time to redesign distance learning for long-term implementation. This includes 1, evaluation of what further technology, software, online subscriptions, equipment, or training, or economics, or other hardware is needed by students or teachers, like secondary monitors, screencast editing software, and green screens. For example, I'll provide my own middle schoolers a $1 green table plastic tablecloth and use it in my own distance teaching. 2, temporarily reopen the district homeschool support program with a particular added benefit that enrolling families in the district homeschool program would allow the district to retain their spot at their existing schools after the pandemic. 3, evaluation of further in-person non-instructional health and social emotional check-ins, exploring new district partnerships with outdoor educators to expand outdoor opportunities. A recommendation made by Green Schoolyards of America, an organization worthy of the district's attention. 4, update the schedule to push back middle school start times and increase the length of breaks. 5, provide teachers further training on project-based learning and how, now that teachers are comfortable with EdTech, create venues for teachers to virtually share their innovations, turn this moment into a permanent culture of innovation. 6, dedicate time to examine the digital divide at every meeting until there is no more divide in Mountain View. 7, a step back to examine best distance learning practices being done in other schools and further inform long-term implementation of this modality. Thank you for your service, particularly Trustee Wilson and Trustee Gutierrez. Chris Chang.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll move on now to comments from trustees. Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam President. So, how do you say this? Like, parents, I know I am a parent as well, and I am going nuts. I won't be expected back to work. I mean, knock on wood, I still have a job. I don't know how long, but I'm working from home until September/fall of 2021. That's just been given notice to us. We just went into purple. Governor Newsom stepped in. I suggest parents, we prepare ourselves for both the best of times and the worst of times. And that's what we also need to do with think about with our district team and our teachers and the board. The amount of work that Christopher Chang just described is not feasible in 1 month's time. The amount of work that he suggested right now is a whole year-long process. It could take that much time to figure all these things out. So rest assured, the district needs to do this at a much rapid pace based on the direction and feedback that they get from both teachers and the observations of the DO team and feedback from the parents. That's why the thought exchange is so important. So having said that, I can understand why Swati had mentioned subtlety and changes, because one of the biggest issues still that we have, that I've heard at least, and I've witnessed, is classroom management. Bless those little kids' hearts. They're in class or participating, they're in the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, but all of a sudden, it only takes one to take over the whole Zoom session. And they won't stop talking. To get that little person back and understand that it's just one of 20, 25, and that everyone needs to participate equally, that's a challenge for the teacher. If you all have any ideas of how to do that, by all means, send in those emails, right? But that's why those teachers are talking to the principals, who then figure out strategies with Swati as to what they can do to better enhance participation in the classroom and also management of the classroom, because every single classroom is so vastly different from the other, regardless of school site. And that in itself is a big challenge. So I just implore you to be patient with the district team, with the teachers and principals. Stay active, participate, let your voices be known. Of course, no one's going to retract that. But also understand that just doing what they're trying to do now in a such shortened period of time to figure out how reopening would look like and how to fine tune distance learning, those are two gigantic projects. It can be done, but we also have to understand there's a difference between having a pandemic and also living with an endemic. And because of that mindset and approach, the way we look at these things at this level and with our teachers in general is going to affect the way we analyze in the end, what's the best approach to doing both of those things, reopening in person or doing further distance learning that's more refined in nature, considering that we still have to look at it from a pandemic and an endemic perspective. And I implore you just to be patient, not give up on the district, and not go as much crazy as I am, because right now I'm just looking forward to Thanksgiving break. Stay well, stay safe.
Trustee Wilson, you're muted, but okay. So I think one, I want to thank all of our courageous staff who are, doing this every day with our kiddos. They, I think it was passed on by another trustee, a comment from Grand Chat of someone who works professionally in kind of the virtual learning space, just laying out how incredible it is for our staff to have really turned on a dime and in just a few short months developed a completely new way of teaching across the board in our district. It is a huge, huge lift. And I think that the quality of the distance learning that is going on is great. I still see it improve every single week. And I know teachers, we are great at searching YouTube and building Pinterest boards and coming up with all of these different ideas for strategies, for lessons, and all of these little tweaks, but having kind of some knowledge curators at the top who are gathering effective strategies that then we can trickle down to our principals and tech leaders at each site, that then we can trickle down to our individual teachers. Like, that's a wonderful resource right now, because there is so much static out there. There's always been a ton of teaching resources online, but now it's like a whole new market. Just everything is getting regenerated for distance learning and virtual learning. And it's overwhelming for any professional, I think. So I'm glad we have this knowledge curation that's happening at the top, at the district level with our TOSA, and that's getting shared And then I would love to see us start to bubble at, I think we have some really creative teachers who are doing amazing things in their classroom. So I'm not sure how we build opportunities for them to kind of share up from what they're doing as well. That's particular to the culture of our community that might be applicable across schools or across multiple school sites. It's good to have it both ways, that we're getting strategies from both higher up and then pulling them from the work that's being done. And we need to keep, we have talked about the digital divide over and over, and I know we'll get a board update soon about the progress on that, but any distance learning is really dependent on whether or not children have stable internet access. And so I'm glad that that's something that we're working on as a district actively right now.
Trustee Blakely.
I just want to reiterate, thank you to all the teachers. You guys are just amazing. And thank you for all to the Mountain View Wisman staff for supporting them and empowering them to do this thing. I mean, who would have thunk? And finally, thank you to all the families for, I know this is just crazy, but for supporting your kids and encouraging them and logging in every morning. And I hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving and that we keep improving things as we go. Also, thank you to our retiring trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Well, I just want to say, not only in regards to this presentation, as both a trustee and as a person who might be tuning in and didn't know they were looking for what improvements we're going to be making. I think we are making a lot. I would caution that I don't think all the hard work that I know is going on behind the scenes was captured in what was in the materials that we were given. So that's why I had so many questions. I know that there's scaffolding going on. I know that there are collaboration and they're fine tuning all the time. And I just had hoped to see like, hey, we're going to do all these neat things. And I know that it's hard across 11 school sites to condense it all into a presentation. But I appreciate all the hard work that I know is going on behind the scenes. I like hearing about these specific examples that really demonstrate that these are the types of improvements that can be made and can actually work. As even Principal Lambert mentioned, when people are dropping off at her site, they're calling folks. That doesn't have to be something that happens at one site. We really are interested in accountability and engagement. I look forward to seeing where we go with all of this. I concur with Trustee Conley. Every week things are getting better from what I'm seeing. As a parent and a mom of a 5th grader, we could be here a while, and I think we really need to plan for the long haul. And by doing that, you set the stage for not the long haul or a hybrid, which we could end up in the event we do reopen. So as one of the speakers who called in mentioned, I think that's a really good sort of overarching umbrella to think about all of these exercises under. But I know everyone already knows that. So I just want to say I hope everyone enjoys the holidays, and thank you for allowing me to serve for our community and on your behalfs. And are there other, Trustee Wheeler has a comment?
Yeah, so I know everybody's been listening to Trustee Gutierrez and Trustee Wilson in their last comments, and you get an understanding of how much and why we will miss them. Intelligent, on point, empathetic comments, just staying with it all the way through to the end. So, this has just been wonderful. And I'd also like to say to Trustee Blakely, so she hosted an outdoor small dinner for the trustees to have a last, or maybe not a last, informal conversation time, and raise a glass to each other. So that was really nice of you, Laura. So, and I'll repeat again, it was outside, it was socially distanced, but it was a really nice thing to do for our board.
Here, here. Trustee Conley?
I know I'm home with a partner who has the flu, so no socially distanced anything for me these days. Before we close up the meeting, I know, just as we wish people well in the holidays, a sober note, the county, well, I can save it for board updates. Should I do it in board updates? I attended the county. It doesn't, okay. The county, I mean, it applies to distance learning and reopening. The county public health officer talked today to elected and public officials about the surge that we're seeing, and the cases are rising faster and in greater, at a steeper rate than we have ever seen before across our county. And when we look at the summer, when we had another spike in the summer, we started at a lower overall case point and hospitalization point. So there was some room, some overhead when we had that spike. We're starting at a higher case point and higher hospitalization point now. And the hospitalizations began creeping up at the same time as the cases, which is unusual. That indicator usually lags a couple of weeks. And we have less overhead. And the concern at the county level now is not, do we have enough beds for this exponential spike, but do we have enough staff? That, you know, in the past, we built out our bed capacity, but we were going to rely as a county on pulling in staff, medical staff, if we needed, from other states, from other counties. And because the whole country is going through this moment together of a surge in cases, there's no cavalry to call if you run short on medical staff right now. And so that is actually a huge fear that is weighing at the county level, that if we continue this spike, we're going to need medical staff more than we need our beds. So please don't travel over Thanksgiving, and please wear your mask. And if we want any hope of getting our small people back to school, it's really going to rely on our whole community keeping each other safe and flattening this spike. So I want everyone to enjoy the holiday, but you know, how much distance learning do we want? Think about it. Tell your friends about it. And I really encourage people to practice safe social distancing in the week ahead.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Trustee Gutierrez.
And thank you, Trustee Wilson and Trustee Gutierrez.
I just wanted to reiterate, Steve Nelson, this was not a Brown Act violation. This was just a social gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you for clarifying that. And with that, we'll move on to item, is it 11? Yes. Oh, board updates. If you have them, send them to Nancy. I'm making an executive decision. Items for future agendas, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so this is a request for an item for the December meeting. And the reason it has to be December is there's a time is of the essence kind of thing to it, which is I've talked with Trustee Conley about her interest in running for CSBA Delegate Assembly. And she has told me that she's interested in doing it. She's made some inquiries, you know, talking to other delegates. And in order to get the ball rolling on that legally, a board needs to officially nominate her before January 7th. So we need this agenda item for our December what is it, December 14th meeting. It should be short, easy to write, and then, we'll vote on whether to nominate Devin Conley for delegate assembly. And then next year, like in February or so, we'll get all the applications by all of the people running, and then we'll vote on, who our board wants to be selected for delegate assembly. But we need to actually nominate Devin, in a timely fashion. So I'm requesting, and I don't know, I guess it's Dr. Rudolph who's creating that agenda. So make a request to Dr. Rudolph that you put an agenda item for our December 14th agenda to have a delegate assembly nomination for Devin Conley.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Any other future agenda items? No, and the future board meeting dates are listed here. Again, we had to move the first board member swearing in date to the Monday, December 14th. So it's normally Thursday meetings. This next one will be on a Monday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to let the public know. And
Hey,
with
you don't have
that,
to show up to that, right?
what's that?
You don't have to show up to that one, right?
That one we don't. I think I'm going to help set the agenda for it, but we just as an exercise to work with the other trustees that could do it. And but other than that, I wouldn't recommend
Trustees until December 13th.
Yeah, I don't think we've been retired tonight, but I think if the parent emails come in, they're going to ask me to keep answering. So, which I'm happy to do. But yeah, right up until the swearing in, I believe. So you can show up. It's up to you. And with that, at 11:13, we will adjourn this meeting of the Mountain View School District Board of Trustees.
Go team.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll miss you all.
Adios.